question. Who is the only player that played in the NHL with both Wayne Gretzky and Alex Ovechkin, former Flyer, mind you? We have Cindy, who we are going to chat with and see if we can get an answer to this question. Good morning, Cindy.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing great. How are you this morning?
Good.
Wonderful. All right. Can you enlighten us who happened to play in the NHL with both Wayne Gretzky and Alex Ovechkin?
Mike Newell.
Yes, Mike Neumann. Yes. You got it. Hang on a second, Cindy. You get to go to this cool event. We are going to give you some tickets, a 4-pack of them, to Turn 5 at Maple Grove Raceway on Saturday, April 26th. Over 1,000 modded vehicles, jet cars, monster truck, track racing, raffles, and more. And it's all for a great cause benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation. And the tickets start at just $10. You can learn more at driventoserveshow.com. So hang on, Cindy. We will take care of you. Yeah, that's an interesting crossover, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it means a few things. First of all, that Knuble had a really long career because, Gretzky really played a while before Ovi did. Yeah. Alex has played his entire career with the Washington Capitals, which is impressive. Wayne played with a few different teams. But yeah, towards the end of Wayne's career, he played with the Rangers. That's where Knuble played with Wayne Gretzky. And then a few years later, played in the Washington organization with Alex Ovechkin.
Wow. All right. Well, I have a few things to mention. We'll start with the box office. Minecraft dominated this weekend, brought in $157 million in its debut. We haven't seen big ones like that in a while.
So they were expecting big numbers. It overperformed.
Ben saw it on the Saturday night, Steve. We went to the Phils game on Saturday afternoon, and he went and saw it on Saturday night, and I asked him about it when he got home. He said he loved it. It's fun. It's brainless. He says Jack Black is hilarious. It's exactly what you want him to be. And he said that the CGI was off the charts great.
They played to the audience.
Yeah.
Loves the game. Apparently right now, Preston, the global standing is somewhere close to $400 million.
Yeah, it's massive. Yeah. It says it took just over $300 million if you look at the global box office haul, but that probably added up even more since this was written. A Working Man took second place, followed by The Chosen, Last Supper Part 2. Third was third, I'm sorry. And then we had, rounding out the top 5, Snow White in fourth, and The Woman in the Yard was in fifth place.
The Woman in the Yard!
So we'll go back to the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni thing. She is firing back after he opposed her motion to dismiss his lawsuit, accusing her of orchestrating a smear campaign. Baldoni's legal team claims that he has a First Amendment right to sue over what they allege are false accusations.
So are we legally at the point where it's nuh-uh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Lively's attorneys argue that Baldoni is trying to silence victims, and they said Justin Baldoni believes that the First Amendment rights of victims of sexual assault and harassment to speak out should give way to the rights of perpetrators to sue their victims into oblivion.
Okay, so that's the whole genesis of everything. Because the longer this goes on, you're like, okay, are they just fighting about she was mean to me, now he was mean to me, or was it the genesis? Is there an accusation of assault?
Dude, I don't even remember.
Right?
To be honest, it's...
because if there is not...
There is an allegation that someone killed President Lincoln.
Okay,
that's all I know.
That's how far this goes back?
No, it goes back to there was being made uncomfortable on the set. There was no suggestion of actual physical sexual
Criminals,
assault or anything like that.
Okay.
No. There was an atmosphere, what they called uncomfortability. They are saying, the other camp is saying, his camp is saying that since the beginning, they were trying to wrest production and ownership of the movie away from him.
That's what this... Okay.
That's what it was 50 billion years ago.
I rest my case.
That's it.
In response, Baldoni's lawyer, Brian Friedman, insists Lively is trying to block his client's right to clear their names. He said, Ms. Lively and her circle of Hollywood elites cannot prevent my clients from exercising their constitutional right. Isn't his client a Hollywood elite, too?
He's a Hollywood elite, not on that level, but they're all full of crap.
I swear, this is like the Hulk and the Abomination at the end of that Hulk movie where they just beat the piss out of each other for so long. And then just for some reason, they were like, nah, fight's over. Can we just like let it go at a certain point?
I'd like to draw a parallel between the Hulk and the Abomination as featured at the end of the Ed Norton and Hulk movie. They fought to a standstill and eventually just said, why are we fighting? I'd like to introduce that as evidence.
Let me get this straight. You want to introduce a Hulk and the Abomination as evidence? Actually, it's a good point. I think, Case, my thing is like it's like an eroding orbit, like and they think of the money. Now, mind you, they have lots of resource, but how long do you want to be distracted with this? How much damage is done with this nonsense?
Yeah.
Stop it already. Can't we learn nothing from the Hulk and the Abomination?
Well, I mean, they have to sit down and have these meetings. Is it worth us to is it worth it for us to continue to pursue this?
Abomination, let's talk.
And thus is the nature of lawsuits, man. So.
I mean, because who do you call it? At the end of that Hulk movie, she just screams like, "Woo, stop it!"
Right.
And then they kind of look at each other like,
Liv
okay.
Tyler.
Yeah.
God, it's been so long since I've even seen that movie.
It's
I don't
actually
even remember how it ended.
It's actually a pretty good movie. I mean, they got a lot of it right.
But like nobody gets knocked out in this movie or anything along those lines. It looks like Hulk is about to maybe kill the Abomination. Liv Tyler's like, "Hey, what are we doing here?" And they're like, "Oh, God."
Do you know, funny thing, this movie
right.
is played quite often at Yale Law School because, as a teaching tool.
Maybe they should bring in Liv Tyler for this.
Absolutely.
As a mediator.
Give a lecture.
Yeah. Friedman also slammed Lively's sudden advocacy, saying she does not need discovery to find out who smeared her.
Snap.
Wait, just a mirror will do.
"Oh, damn."
No, he didn't.
No, you did.
Yeah.
Where's Marty Singer in all this?
I know. We need
I was just dawdling around in the back.
Marty Singer.
I'm watching the Incredible Hulk back here. Okay, thanks.
It's gonna take some time.
I'm doing research. I'm doing discovery.
All right, this year's Met Gala, taking place on the first Monday in May, will spotlight the theme Superfine, tailoring black style.
I thought this one had already happened.
With the dress code tailored for you, benefiting the Met's Costume Institute. Expected celebrity attendees include singers Doechii, Shakira, Lizzo, Mary J. Blige, and models Amelia Gray and Ashley Graham.
Not the Duck Dynasty guys?
College basketball star Paige Bueckers.
Buckers.
Is it Buckers?
Yeah.
Well, she shouldn't spell her goddamn
not
name
her
that
fault.
way.
I blame her
The
ancestors.
moment that I saw this name,
Yep.
I'm like, Preston, don't go with the obvious here because you don't know these people. And I knew I was going to get a correction no matter what way I decided to go with
It's
it.
actually Beckers. And the only reason I know
you're
that.
right.
The only reason I know that is because it was in sports this morning and I had to look it up so that I gave the pronunciation to Kathy correctly.
So I said Bueckers,
And then I said Buckers
You
like an
said
a-hole.
Buckers.
No, you're right.
and you said it's actually Backers.
Beckers.
Beckers.
Yeah, like Boris
Mother
Becker.
Beckers.
Fuck you.
There we go.
You mother Beckin'
Fuck
sons of
you,
bitches.
Paige.
With a name like Becker's, it's got to be good.
All right, it's Bakers.
Beckers.
This is bonkers.
It's bikers.
Bikers.
It's Poge Bikers.
So she's a big female basketball
She'll
star.
He's going to be the
number
number
one.
one pick in the. You should listen to sports in the morning. It's good.
Oh, was it mentioned?
Twice.
Yeah,
Oh,
she won
dude,
the
I don't
national
listen to
championship.
that. Are you
I know.
kidding me?
Yeah, I know.
I'm getting ready for the next moment.
I know.
All right.
All right, so Poge
Beckers.
Thinkers.
Poge Binkers is also expected to make an appearance as this year's guest list leans heavily into the athletic world. Though invited, Rachel Zegler will miss the event due to rehearsals for Evita in London. Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, as we have said earlier, opted out. They did this before the lawsuit and all this stuff.
Maybe they'll
happened.
have their Incredible Hulk moment if Justin Baldini shows up or whatever.
Co-chairs this year include Coleman Domingo, Lewis Hamilton, ASAP Rocky, Pharrell Williams, with LeBron James serving as honorary chair. The host committee boasts major names like Andre 3000, Ayo Edebiri, Spike Lee, Janelle Monáe, Usher, and Sha'Carri Richardson as well. So
When is
get
this
your
thing going to
tickets.
stop?
Get your tickets now.
I thought they were going to stop it.
Chris Evans made a Marvel superfan's life with a surprise appearance during his tattoo session. Scott Clayton spent over a year and a half working with artist Luke Atay at Eastside Inc. in New York to create a hyper-detailed Winter Soldier-inspired sleeve with Captain America battle-scarred shield ripping out from his skin. Josh Lord, who co-owns the tattoo shop, famously gave the original Avengers members Evans, Robert Downey Jr., Scarlett Johansson, Jeremy Renner, and Chris Hemsworth, their matching tattoos, which I didn't know they had.
Didn't know they had that. We're looking at the artwork. It is pretty impressive. It's a cool way to go.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
So Lord calls Slayton such a solid guy and always is so nice. And he says he's the ultimate Cap fan with an extensive collection of Captain America memorabilia, including 3 shields. He said, so when Cap himself showed up to see the 18-month-long tattoo session come to an end in March, Clayton was in shock. Lord told people about the exciting meeting, saying Chris went out of his way to introduce himself and ask Scott to wait and take a picture together, adding that he's a classy guy.
So aesthetically, would you go this way? Because it looks like it is bursting through the skin, which is not accurate. It is an entire arm. I would have done the entire arm to look like the Winter Soldier's arm.
Right. I think he's doing it to indicate that underneath he's the Winter Soldier. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes they do that. Marissa's got a... No, you have a clothespin that's going through your skin, right? Yeah, that's it. Sometimes people do these like claw marks, and then underneath you'll see what they're really made of.
Have you ever seen
that.
she has the
Like
final battle from the Incredible Hulk on her back? Have you seen that?
Who does?
Marissa.
Oh,
yeah, the Abomination.
Oh, wait,
and the
she's
Hulk.
saying shh, that's private. So Johnny Depp's saddling up for a new Dior commercial, donning a cowboy hat and Clint Eastwood style poncho while shooting in the desert.
I showed up as Eeyore. I misunderstood.
The actor shot the spot in the hills of Villaspisa, Spain, the same country where his ex Amber Heard lives now, by the way, looking rugged against the dry countryside, a la Clint Eastwood.
Is the time? So is Johnny Depp still mysteriously attractive, or where does he stand right now? Does he just look like a peasant from Three Amigos?
I don't even have to ask Kathy.
Kind of looks like Rockstar Rob a little bit. In the
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
I'm
On
working
the
with
right.
Rob
Yeah.
Templeton on a new fragrance called Past Your Time.
He's not looking rugged, by the way. I mean,
No.
those are all like really nice clothes. You know what I mean? Like he's not. I don't know. There's nothing really rugged about the guy.
They'll rugged him up in post.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You
I
think
think
he-
he looks rugged.
Do you think he looks attractive? Sexy?
I just, after everything with him, no, not really.
It's gone, right?
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's not a wrinkle in the freaking thing that he's wearing. Like that thing is like perfectly.
It doesn't mean it's not a rugged look.
All right.
Yeah.
So Johnny took some direction from the director. He even waved to a few onlookers, smiles on location. And Dior is one of the few brands that backed him after Amber Heard had accused him of abuse, while many other film producers and business partnerships dropped him. Johnny signed a new deal with the company back in 2022, months after his legal victory over Amber, reportedly worth over $20 million.
How do you like your bet?
Depp also landed some new projects since his court win, including an upcoming flick in which he plays the devil himself, Satan. Johnny looks happy to be back at work, completely moved on from his past legal troubles. Here's an interesting story that just came up. Jeff Ross, comedian, friend of ours, was hospitalized over the weekend after suffering an allergic reaction while he was on tour. Shared a series of Instagram photos from his hospital bed on Sunday. He showed off his swollen face and lip. He told fans that the item that landed him in the hospital was a new flavor of burrata ice cream that he tried.
Which actually sounds pretty good because I love burrata. Mm-hmm. But yeah, he apparently, I guess, I don't know, he found out the hard way.
So following the performance of his one-man show, the celebratory atmosphere between him and his band turned alarming when he started feeling unwell and his face began to swell. He said, afterwards, me and the band celebrated with some burrata ice cream at a restaurant down the street, courtesy of the nice owner. It was delicious, seriously yummy. However, after eating it, things took a scary turn. He said, my lips blew up, and I spent the entire night in the ER. It was my first allergic reaction ever. And I guess that's pretty remarkable considering I'm constantly shoving whatever food's in front of me into my face. Despite the medical setback, he promised fans that he would return to the stage in Mill Valley tonight. Burrata ice cream blends the distinct flavor and creamy texture of burrata cheese into a sweet and sometimes more savory ice cream base. It's not a traditional or common ice cream flavor, making it more of a gourmet offering, but it's unclear which component of that ice cream that Jeff was allergic to. So I don't know what all it was flavored with, but something in there.
Tell him to try it again.
What would they do? Take a sample and put it on his back? Is that the usual? That's what you had, right? You had
I did have that. Yeah, I mean, but stuff like this happens. It could be I mean, it could be ice cream. It could be burrata. He has no idea. And it changes like just like that. My friend had a steak with, I forget what greens were on it. Like it was just like a little bit sprinkled on the steak.
Right.
And so he thought this happened to him. His eyes swelled up, his mouth, like everything. He ended up in the hospital, and it ended up being, he figured out what it was because he had a salad with this in it too. Again, forget which greens it was, but he's allergic to, and out of nowhere, he's been eating it his whole life, and now all of a sudden he's highly allergic to it.
That's what he said. So Ross said he had no idea that he was allergic to anything. And it's not even a case of being lactose intolerant because you have both are milk items.
Yeah.
Ice cream and the cheese.
No, and it can happen. Your body changes, and it happens out of nowhere.
Lucky you.
My mom loved mushrooms my entire life. Now, if she eats them, she breaks out in hives, and her throat starts to close.
It's really weird.
Like out of
That was
nowhere.
her favorite way to get high.
Yeah.
I used to be allergic to penicillin, and I'm not any longer. It changed out of nowhere. Yeah.
I wonder if I am, because that's the only thing I'm really allergic to. So
I went and got tested for it.
Okay.
It takes all day, and they give you a little bit, these micro doses. A
of
little
just
bit.
penicillin.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, a little bit. They start with a small amount, and then they increase the amount. And then
I thought you got
have
all
to sit there for like 5 hours.
I thought you got all the way to the end, and then you still were.
That was for NSAIDs, ibuprofen, and I'm still allergic to that.
Oh, okay.
The penicillin I passed. I
Got
went
it.
2 different times to do this.
Okay.
Because, I mean, like, I want to be able to take that stuff.
You want it?
know?
Yes.
And so I want to find out.
Royal.
Yeah. All right. So, Kathy, I need help on pronunciation of something here.
Oh,
I've
no,
already
what is
messed
it?
up one today. I don't want to
Okay.
do another one. Keratase? Kerastase.
It's the hair care products.
Say it again. Okay.
Kerastase. I think it's a fashion thing.
I think they're hair care products.
I don't know what this is.
you
Oh, okay. I see it. It's not 2 words. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I can't use this stuff. I'm allergic to it.
I would say Kerastase.
Kerastase. I'll go with that. Sydney Sweeney and Emily Radikowski brought serious glam to the streets of New York on Friday during a Kerastase campaign shoot that looked straight off the fashion runway. The 2 stars matched in neutral tone fits. Sweeney in a sculpted mini dress and Radikowski in a curve-hugging mid-length dress serving major hair goals and sleek style for the high-end hair care brand.
That's what it's all about. It was called a celebration of jugs, Casey. It was,
Is that right?
Yeah.
This marks Sydney's first major outing since calling it quits with her fiance, Jonathan Davino. They were planning to marry this spring, but sources say that the Euphoria actress has been leaning into work lately.
I do not like either of those two.
Jonathan Davino or these 2 girls?
Yeah, Sydney
Yeah,
Sweeney and
not a
M.
big
Rata.
fan.
But Emily's had some lip work done.
Has she?
Yeah, you can see it pretty clearly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at a photo of her right now and trying to...
That's just
Here's one for you,
injections.
Preston.
Those are injections?
Yeah.
Or it's burrata ice cream. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or she had
One or the other.
Do the Jeff Ross.
All right, so I thought this was sweet. The 4 main cast members of Happy Days reunited on stage for what Henry Winkler claimed was the first time in more than 50 years.
Wow.
So Winkler, Howard, Ron Howard, Anson Williams, and Donnie Most all met up at Steel City Con in Pittsburgh on Saturday to talk about their time on the legendary sitcom. And Howard explained the lasting impact of the show. He said, we were so cohesive as an ensemble unit. We really connected in a great way. And it's one of the reasons that the show has endured. There was a sweet video of the 2 of them together, Ron Howard and Henry Winkler. And Henry had saved something from the original set, which was this shelf where they would just kind of place their belongings, and everybody would write notes on it.
So in the Al's Diner, when they would go through the swinging doors or whatever the hell in the entrance, that was where they were backstage and they'd put their coffees. That's what he took.
And
Isn't that
so,
cool?
and it would be like, Ron's daughter was born. They made these little notes of milestone moments, and and he held on to it. I thought that was pretty cool.
Anybody watching the studio on Apple Plus?
Yeah.
Because Ron Howard had a nice little turn as himself, or playing a version of himself on that, which he's like a worldly known great guy and like the nicest guy in Hollywood, and so he kind of plays against that a little bit in the last episode.
Yeah, and they're all savoring the ability to play against types.
Yeah.
Same thing that happened with Martin Scorsese, and it's very cool.
So the star of the 60s series, Dennis the Menace, has passed away. Jay North, who portrayed the lovable title character, lost his battle with colorectal cancer, according to a friend. The series, based on the popular comic strip, ran from 1959 to 1963.
Did you watch that at all in repeats? They would have it like after school up in New York. They had it. And I remember watching
I
it.
watched it all the time. I watched it all the time.
The series, yeah.
Oh, yeah. And I thought his mom was so hot. She was hotter than Mrs. Cleaver. I think she was the hottest of all those TV moms.
Of all the
back
TV
then.
moms, yeah. I forget what she looked like.
Yeah,
Was she topless a lot?
Always topless.
Yeah.
Always topless.
I did not see Dennis the Menace. I was a Leave It to Beaver guy. That was on in reruns when I was a kid.
2 Leave It to Beavers yesterday on MeTV.
After the show ended, the actor segued into voice acting before leaving Hollywood behind entirely to pursue a career as a correctional officer in Florida. He was 73. I was reading a little bit about it. He was unfortunately, he had an abusive aunt who was his guardian on the set and everything.
Heard about that, yeah.
And, he had a bit of a rough life. But
So the kid who played the son on the Donna Reed show became a champion of child actors, and he was friends with this guy, and then started the whole movement to make sure that kids were protected and they were receiving proper schooling and all that sort of stuff. So it was pretty abusive back then.
Yeah. All right, a couple other things. 43 years after the original Tron and 15 years after its sequel, Tron Legacy, the third movie in the franchise, Tron Ares, is finally coming out. Casey sent me the trailer over the weekend.
What are you thinking?
Very excited to see it. Looks great. The trailer debuted at CinemaCon last week and featured Jared Leto as Ares, an advanced program who is sent from the digital world into the real world on a dangerous mission, marking humankind's first encounter with AI beings. The movie also stars Greta Lee, Evan Peters, Gillian Anderson, Hassan Minaj, Jodie Turner-Smith, Arturo Castro, and Cameron Monaghan, as well as a vocal appearance by Jeff Bridges. And, of course, he was the star of the original Tron. It will come out October 10th. I'll be on board for that for sure.
I love this concept that everything is moved into the real world, and they're bringing that into the real world. And I thought the second movie was solid in a lot of ways. Yeah,
I enjoyed it. Like you said, though, when it first came out, Steve, the uncanny valley of the CGI and creating humans is not quite there when they made it, but it's looking better now. So because they had to play Jeff Bridges as the character Clue in that movie, and it was kind of a little
distracting.
off a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to this in a big way. All right, and then one last story, and then we'll move on to the clips. Before stepping into the running man, Glenn Powell made sure to get a green light from the original star himself. He said, Arnold Schwarzenegger gave us his blessing. He told this to People. He revealed that he reached out to his buddy Patrick Schwarzenegger and asked if he could talk to his famous dad. He said, I hadn't seen Arnold since we shot Expendables in Bulgaria. At CinemaCon, where he was named Star of the Year, Powell excited fans with high praise for the remake using practical stunts, sharing that when you're falling and you're hitting the ground and you're really doing it, the audience feels that.
And this is supposed to be closer to the original Richard Bachman,
I guess so.
Source.
Yep. The action remake is set to hit theaters on November 7th, so we'll see how that plays. All right, here are the clips. David Blaine, Do Not Attempt.
Don't do this.
Features the magician's most daring stunts yet, including kissing a cobra.
I kissed the cobra.
And here David
And
Blaine.
I liked it.
David Blaine talks about how dangerous it is.
The cobra's unpredictable, so if he decides to strike, then that becomes a crisis situation. I did train with incredible experts that we're meeting around the world that were masters.
He's much more kinetic.
Yeah.
David Blaine, Do Not Attempt is streaming now on Disney+.
I want to kiss you.
Here's our next clip. Those who stayed up to watch a 90-minute finale of The White Lotus were delivered a wild ending. In this clip, Charlotte LeBon and Jason Isaacs share their audience predictions about the series' creator.
I think people are gonna hate Mike White a little bit. Sorry. But that's his signature.
Hitchcock said there's three important parts to every film: the ending, the ending, and the ending. And Mike is a consummate storyteller, and this end is perfection.
What the hell are you talking about?
So is Mike White, the guy the writer, is he the guy that also wrote School of Rock and also it plays the roommate in that
guy?
movie?
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He created the series.
He created White Lotus.
Yeah.
He created, he wrote School of Rock, and he plays that kind of quiet,
Nebbish.
Jack Black's roommate in School of Rock. And yeah, he's a talented writer.
He's married to Sarah Silverman.
Yeah.
This is the annoying wife. So did you finish it?
I didn't stay up to watch
Okay.
it. No, I have one more episode.
We're going to start it this week. Yeah.
I mean, I love it. I think it's great. That one girl with the teeth.
Yes.
What's her name?
I don't know.
I know.
Toothy.
I can't stop looking at her teeth.
I know. She's been doing a lot of interviews. The actress's name is Amy Lou Wood. She's been
Okay.
doing a lot of interviews, and she says, everybody just talks about my teeth. She's like, everybody just...
They're real, right? Like those are her teeth.
Yeah.
You wouldn't ask someone to do that. Separate them more.
In the very first episode, they say one of the hot girls is like, "I like your teeth."
Oh, yeah. Well, who's the one you just mentioned? Charlotte.
That's the model. The
She's the one that they're friends in the show, and that's what she said. There is a line. She goes, "Oh, I like your teeth."
Charlotte Le Bon.
Yeah.
You're right.
she's not French. She's French Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So she is, she does have big teeth. She's really cute.
Yeah, she is.
pretty
But
girl.
she's got very big teeth. And they're kind of Freddie Mercury-like.
Yeah, they are. But I like her and the other girl.
Yeah.
And they kind of the way they make them in the show, and they're hot, but like there's a little something to them.
There was
Yeah, exactly.
Lauren Hutton years ago was a model, a very popular model and actress who had a big gap in her front teeth.
Yeah. These kind of stick out
Yep.
as well, which is kind of
They-
interesting.
Oh, and they're big. Yeah, there's a lot of teeth.
But she's getting some recognition in this show for sure. All right, and that is our entertainment report for you this morning. We are going to take a break. Later on today, Rick Springfield is going to be joining us. But before any of that, 8 o'clock, we get your first shot at $1,000 today. We kick it off. It's the Preston and Steve 20 Money Contest. So we'll tell you what you need to do. It's 8 a.m. that we'll begin that. We'll be back in just a second. Stay with us. Yeah, so every now and then a news story will pop up, and I will know that people want us to talk about it because they send me the article over and over and over. And yesterday it was brawl at Golden Corral Steakhouse in Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
It's a steakhouse?
Well, not really.
We had just been
buffet,
talking
right?
about
It's a
Golden
buffet,
Corral,
but yeah.
right?
Yeah, but they're known for steaks.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But yes, it's one of those places you can go in and get your steaks, and it's like Sizzler or Sizzling.
We were talking to somebody
Sizzler,
about
yes,
it, about I forget exactly what we were talking about.
We were actually looking to see, because we said there were none in this area,
Right.
and then I found this one. I said there's actually one in Bensalem.
And so that, look at it.
And
Did-
this is the
we
one-
might have
I think we did
circuitously
this.
caused the brawl
So, and how
by
many
getting
points-
people so excited for Golden Corral.
Cap, how many points did you guys get awarded? Did Bucks County get awarded just for having a Golden Corral? I think it was like 10 points.
They didn't get.
I don't think
They
so.
did. No, they did.
No.
As a
Hold
matter
on.
of fact, you
Oh my God,
you spitefully gave them points because I was like,
Oh, God.
because whatever. I don't want to get into it, but
All right.
but they did get points just for having a Golden Corral.
Marissa, do you remember?
Wait, I'm pulling up the official Word document. Delco versus Bucksco. On 126, 5 points for having an old school buffet, Golden Corral.
Oh,
Okay. All
my
right.
God.
So I
and
got-
then a
and then
brawl. So here's the deal.
You
The
can't
way
take them away.
The way the point system works for
You
the Bi-County Cup is we don't take away points, we only give points. So we're avoiding the negative.
Well,
and we're
hold
only
on. Here's
highlighting the positive.
Maybe this was called for.
Yeah,
Do you know what happened?
Now, I saw a Reddit thread, and it was mainly, it went into different directions, but it was suggesting that it started as an argument because they ran out of steak. Now, I don't know if that's
Okay,
the case
here's
or
what I
not.
heard. That's very tangential to what I heard.
Okay.
I heard it started because someone got their steak before someone
Oh.
perceived that their meal had been ordered after. So there was a question about
Oh.
who got their steak before the other person.
That can be restaurant contention. When you see another
Right.
group,
How are they getting their food?
before you do? Yes.
Not. This is not certified
Right.
as the reason why this has happened.
It's
but
scuttlebutt.
A scuttlebutt. A number of different sources. Apparently, that argument or that perception immediately escalated to chair throwing.
Wow.
Like, it got crazy quickly.
It was bad. So a good source for anything Bucks County, whether it's good or bad, is Levittown Now. And they had this story up like right after it had happened. I believe it happened on Sunday. But the guy, Tom, that runs the site, at least according to him, that this place often has security guards.
Okay, hang on.
Okay.
I've got Jay on the line. Used to work there.
Okay.
Says there were tons of fights there. So let's go to Jay. Hey, Jay, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Hey, how are you?
Wonderful, man. All right, so you worked at this very Golden Corral?
Yeah, in Ben Salem, dude. That place is a barn, dude. Listen, dude, it was like the UFC in there, dude. Dude, they would fight over it. I want my steak medium. I want it well, dude. People were jumping in line. I never seen nothing like it, dude. People were trying to hand me money to give them steak. It's insane, dude.
Did you ever know? I assume you've seen the footage of this brawl, right?
What is it?
You saw this brawl, right?
Yeah, did you see the footage that made the news the other day?
No, dude. As soon as I heard it, dude, I had to jump on the phone.
Yeah,
Dude,
it's badass, Jay. This is like,
I was like, dude, it made the paper finally, dude. Holy.
well, this is really hardcore. There are people, like Steve has said, that are throwing chairs and high chairs. There's a guy that picks up a whole table,
yeah,
and you can see a woman come over and go, dude, put the table down, man.
Dude, it's insane.
Really?
Listen,
Jay, when did you work there? What was your time there?
I was a chef. I worked there in 2015.
Okay.
I worked there for a year and a half. Dude, I've seen probably, I'm not even lying to you, probably 9 fights.
And would they happen
at a Golden Corral?
Would they usually happen like
the line goes out the door all the way into the parking lot? I mean, it was hours. I mean, I never seen nothing.
All right, Jay, hold on a second. Preston has a question.
Yeah,
Preston?
Jay, would it happen like on weekend nights or at any?
Holidays are the best, dude. Listen, holidays, dude. People are getting smoked, dude. They want that steak, dude. I'm telling you.
I didn't know. No, Jay, I didn't ever realize that the big draw at the Golden Corral was the steak.
Dude, it was insane, dude. I never knew it till I got a job there, dude. Wow. I mean, dude, it is insane. Dude.
All right, man.
You don't even need to go to UFC. Just go to the Golden Corral.
That's hilarious, Jay.
Wow.
So they
50 dudes on this phone call.
At least you were back there. You had knives to protect yourself back in the kitchen.
I had plexiglass right in front of me too. So it was like being in jail.
Oh my God!
You know?
I'll tell you this: they trash this place, Preston. It takes about
Thanks, Jay.
a minute and a half, and they've trashed it entirely.
I can't believe they're throwing the high chairs.
Yeah.
By the way, those are effing heavy.
Well, the especially the dude picks up a table.
Yeah.
And that could have killed somebody.
And now nobody gets steak.
Yeah,
like
get
you're
out of
all
here.
pissy
Nobody's
that
getting
you didn't
steak.
get your steak in time, and now nobody gets steak.
Do we have the audio of the brawl? Marissa's going to send it over.
We got about
And
20
look,
seconds.
there's girls in there. Like,
yeah.
kids in
Girls,
there.
kids, everything.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Let's play a little clip of the audio. There's a text came in and said the Golden Corral owner is cool. I used to fix his equipment. He took care of us and tipped us. But that place is, well, I can't say what it says there. I can't say what it says there.
Do you know what I'm tired of with the current crop of brawl videos or fight videos? The guy who's always taking it is always going, OS.
Yeah.
OS.
Yeah.
OS.
Yeah, but you know what? That guy's standing back. I'd rather hear him do
Although-
that
Yeah,
than
yeah.
jump
But
in
tell,
on it all.
give us some color commentary.
Yeah.
Remember the Wawa
Know
fight
how to
in
report.
Delaware,
Yeah.
not in Delaware, in Florida, where the guy was commenting on?
Yeah.
His commentary was actually pretty good.
Right.
Where the dude let lose
Give
his
us
pants.
some color commentary. Tell us what's going on.
So reading the news report, the police report, it said that they didn't have an exact count on how many people were involved, but officers believe it was more than 40.
Oh, clearly.
And the fight left the dining room heavily damaged and sent people fleeing for safety. There weren't police weren't aware of any serious injuries. No arrests had been made.
If if I found myself in this situation, I would not be like in the mix throwing chairs. I
You
would
leave.
be the
I'd be in the parking
second,
lot.
the first person out the door.
That's what you need to do.
I
You need to
can't
get
say
out.
though, if I were clocked in the back, if I just passively was sitting there and got clocked in the back of the head with a chair,
You might
that I
react.
might not freak the F out.
Stand up and throw a high chair.
Yeah, I
Right.
mean,
Yeah.
if you got caught up in it, it might be more difficult to leave. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Have you ever been close to when a brawl or even a large conflagration like this kicks into effect? It's easy to get swept up in it, even if that is the last thing you want.
No, I've been literally stuck in the middle of a brawl that I had nothing to do with. Those sort of things happen in nightclubs and bars all the time.
A lot. You're right.
This is just a restaurant. I don't know if they serve
Golden
alcohol.
Corral.
I don't know if they serve alcohol, but when alcohol's involved, it happens quite a bit. Now, one time I was, and the bar doesn't even exist anymore. It was in like Wayne. I was in the dance floor and a fight erupted around me, and I didn't know anybody involved in the fight, and I was getting jostled and thrown all over the place. And the next thing you know, my buddy John grabbed me, and next thing I know, I'm in the parking lot. I'm like, how the hell did that happen?
Good for him.
Yeah, the dance floor where the fight happened, there was an exit right there, and it was right at the parking lot. I was like, dude, like saved my life.
Yeah.
Steve, I don't know if I've been in a brawl like that, but I have been in a food fight in high school, and honestly, it was a lot of fun. Like, you had the feeling that like it was about to start, and then like you'd see one grape go flying, and then like 3 more grapes went in this direction, and then apples started going, and all of a sudden it just turns into mass chaos. And it probably lasted 45 seconds to a minute, but during that time, it was pretty awesome.
Nick, I was actually in college when Animal House came out.
Okay.
And so, yes, that became so common that the school had to put a kibosh on it. They were benevolent. They were food fights.
Yeah.
But when you're like, you don't know what's... Imagine you're sitting... Apparently, Golden Corral serves one hell of a steak. Yeah. And imagine you're at a Golden Corral where it's like going to the Cracker Barrel and having a fight between the Bloods and the Crips.
Right.
Somebody texted and said it was a group of about 60 people. Wait, was this the same one? I don't know if they're referring to the Golden Corral fight or another. It might be continuing from another text, but said that it was a post-funeral group. No serious injuries. That might have been a different thing. Another one says Aramingo Diner in Philly was a brawl every weekend.
You know what was bad, from what I understand, Preston? Up here on City Line, the House of Pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
really?
so it was so bad, and I didn't realize this. And my wife and I went in, we were coming back from something, and it was there. Okay, let's go in. And they actually made us pay
in advance.
In advance.
Right.
They had made us pay in advance, and then the woman there indicated that there were people dining and dashing constantly, and people fighting all the time. It was the craziest thing in an international pancake house.
Kathy, somebody says Bucksco should get extra points for dinner and a show.
Right, exactly.
You know.
Apparently, I just got a text from a friend who's told me that one of our other friends actually goes to this place.
Well, apparently the steak's good.
I've been to Golden Corral. Like it is it is what you would imagine it to be. But but the fact that somebody was ready to throw down because they believe the other table got their steak first.
Well, and how does it turn into that? Like, aren't you then mad at the server or the chef back in the kitchen who sent somebody else's out first? Like, how does it turn into everyone involved?
What can happen is, somebody asks a question, well, how come they got their food before I did? And then that person in that
Why don't you mind your own business?
might say something back, and then next thing you know,
it's all in.
People are being absolute idiots. Hang on a second here. Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
It's that you just look so nice today.
Well done.
Thank you. What's up, Heather?
I literally just got out of the shower. This is not even funny. Okay. I watch 6 ABC every morning, and morning, noon, and night, and they had an update. They had the guy that threw the high chair, and he ordered his steak like on the rarer side, and the guy in front of him, because I think you line up and you tell the person behind the glass how you want it, what you want, and the guy in front of him got so pissed off that he got his steak first that he started the argument, and he hit him, and then the guy defended himself with the chairs. But I've been to that place once, and I will never go back.
And apparently the guy got his steak quicker because
He ordered it rare. Yeah.
Therefore, it takes less time to cook. Yeah. Thanks, Kath. Later on this morning, Rick Springfield joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. Kathy's Cuts coming up. We've got like 20 slots available. Don't go to our website. It's garbage. It doesn't work. But you can go to our social media accounts. You just have to go in like reverse order or something like that. I heard about that too.
On social media?
All
right, Marissa's going to put a link up. I have one also on my Instagram and Facebook pages. You can click the link right there. It'll take you right to the sign up. So if you're looking to sign up for Kathy's Cuts, check our social media.
We're going back in time.
It's as retro as you can get.
I'm hitting...
My dearest wife, today I wanted to participate in Kathy's Cuts. I attempted to go to where they called a website, but nothing came up except the word oops and 409.
I'm hitting the point of, in the movie Major League when Bob Uecker just goes, to hell with it. That's where I am right now.
You said last week, though, and I agree, you've been doing really well with this. Like, you could, typically you would have gone off the rails at this point, but you're keeping yourself together.
Like this
You're
close.
almost there.
I'm like
you're
that
doing a
close,
good job.
Kathy.
Listen,
Thank you.
I laughed out loud at the photo that Casey sent over the weekend, and then Marissa posted it on social media or on Instagram and relating it to our phone issues. I was hysterical laughing. I'm like, this is amazing.
Yeah, I'll explain that. We took an old-timey photo way back when, and Steve had grabbed a couple of props and made it look as if it was an old-timey candlestick telephone. And Marissa posted that saying that 10 years ago, Steve Morrison predicted the future of radio.
I did. I'm an innovator. I'm the Steve Jobs of our time.
Oh, it's great.
Yep. So,
I mean, when do you ever have the confluence of your phones and website going down at the same time? It's amazing.
Yeah.
The only thing we need is one of those smart bombs, dirty bombs to wipe out all electronics.
Maybe we should start taking, like telegraph.
Telegraph,
yeah,
absolutely.
That's how we'll communicate now. Telegraph and Morse code.
I swear to God, I'll set one up in the studio if someone has the equipment.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
Wait, we've just got this coming in.
Yes. Kathy's Cuts. But another one signed up. Yeah.
So I actually do want to share this interesting story that Kathy was able to send over electronically, because you can do that. Thing called email. E stands for electronic.
So even that, Preston, this article became aware to both of you, but you couldn't access it because I was the only one who had a
you had the subscription to the Wall Street Journal.
By the way, totally forgot about because I don't really read it. But apparently I got it at some time for some article. To me, I'll put that in the Tom Sizemore and dwarf porn websites I forgot I had.
So this is an interesting article about verbal flubs that people make at work. And if you would like to contribute, feel free to text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, and we can get you up and running. The reason you might want to contribute is because you've probably heard people say some interesting things around work. They were trying to make a point, and they were off just a little bit. So there's this guy named Mike O'Brien. He worked for Ford Motor Company for 32 years. He was a sales executive. And as he was exiting, he retired, and he sent out an email to the group, which you normally will see when someone's leaving. Thanks for everything.
Yeah,
this has been a wonderful, I've loved the last 32 years, and so on and so forth. With his signing off email, he also sent a spreadsheet detailing thousands of verbal violations committed by his coworkers over the year. And it's all in good fun. This is stuff that people meant to say one thing, they said another. They had mixed metaphors or flubs or whatever.
Mixed metaphor classic.
It's the best.
We do it all the time. Everyone does. It's especially when you get a little, tired or relaxed.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you.
Yeah, they when they would mess something up, they would kind of go, damn it, because they knew they would end up on his list.
Yes.
So everyone knew about this running list that he was keeping. I don't think they realized how large the list was, but when they messed up in a meeting or whatever it was, they knew they were going to end up on it.
How many times was he on his own list?
Several. He's made it on his own list, so he's not the only one. And he kept them on whiteboards, so he would write it out, and people would come by his office to see him. So he made it into a spreadsheet. So I'll give you an example of one. During a 2019 sales meeting to discuss a new vehicle launch, a colleague blurted out, "Let's not reinvent the ocean."
Stop it.
Listen, this is me though. I don't know any of them, and I will combine 4 of them in one sentence.
Well,
and
a lot of people hear him in passing and never quite absorb the original correct one, which
Yeah.
is let's not reinvent the wheel. But and it happens too. Your mind just goes in different places, and so you combine them.
So here's another one. In a meeting in 2016, someone started a sentence with, "I don't want to sound like a broken drum here."
Oh, my God.
So that'd be a broken record, right?
yeah.
When
Maybe-
it repeats, skips over and over.
Maybe marching to the beat of a different drum is kind of in their head,
Yeah.
and they confuse the two.
Maybe so. That's probably how a lot of these end up that way. O'Brien kept a meticulous log of the mixed metaphors and malaprops, and it documents this is how many? 2,229 linguistic breaches, including he also wrote down the exact quote, context, name of the perpetrator, and some color commentary.
It's pretty extensive,
as
yeah.
well. So the color commentary would include, like, after a colleague declared, "It's a huge task, but we're trying to get our arms and legs around it." And he said, adding legs into the mix makes it sound kind of kinky. So that would be the commentary that he would add to each of these. And nobody was above the grammatical roasting. So Ford CEO Jim Farley made the list twice. So he wouldn't stop.
Oh, that's great.
At the top.
It's the way you're going to have to do it. Yeah.
He scribbled the first on a whiteboard one day in his office in 2014, and he doesn't recall the first example or why he decided to formally call it out. But he's an avid reader and crossword fan, but no English major, and a botched expression simply caught his ear one day, and he decided to record it for a laugh. And then he kept this meticulous record for all these years. And it took on a life of its own. Word of the board words spread within the company, and O'Brien would get tips from people in other divisions of, like, people that they have heard making
So he
mistakes.
didn't.
I don't know if he wrote those down or not.
Okay. I wasn't sure if he had to hear it in order for it to make the
Probably
list.
to make the board. It seems that way, but I mean, and we've all done it. And I'm trying to think of ones that I've done. Again, and then the second it leaves your mouth, you're like, "Oh, come back!"
Oh yeah, I think I probably do it the most because good morning, good morning to see you. What was the one that?
Yeah, but those are like, I mean, they are flubs, but like the sayings, right? Like sometimes you'll just flub it because you're saying too many words or trying to get too many words out, in one sentence. Like I think sometimes people don't.
We used to joke about put a bug in your back, John McClane does it in the monkey in the wrench, or you're mixing. Those are loose interpretations of it. But I mean, when you talk this much, it's going to happen.
And like another one of mine was office.
Oh, office.
I meant to say awesome, and I just go, "Oh, office." And you guys just pounced on me, which you should.
Mm-hmm. Jersey Black Rock was one of my favorite.
Oh, Jersey Black Rock.
And if you were to go through and I'm like with you, I'm like, I know where he was probably going with that, but a celebration of Jersey Black. Rock.
I like that. This is just a flub, Preston, from a listener.
There's a
via
text. It says, I said to a customer at their doorstep, "I'm Carl, and I'm your..." What?
Well, read what he writes. "I'm your Greenus Cervix Pro." But his job title at the time was Greenix Service Pro.
Oh, cervix.
But he was a Cervix Pro.
Oh, my God.
Greenix.
That is us. I'm your Cervix Pro.
Let me give you and he would categorize these, and we're going to go to some Zooms here in just a second. But so he would categorize them like sports exercise related.
Yeah.
And here's an example or two. Somebody said, "We're really low on money right now. We're dancing on thin ice."
Oh, my God.
Another one was, "We need to keep running in our swim lanes."
Do you know what one used to rear its ugly head? And it was, in your defense, it's the same mistake I made occasionally. If we were talking about an improvised explosive.
Oh, yeah.
And
IUD instead of IED.
IED, right.
Yeah. Here's another one in the sports category. Someone had said, I know these are swing for the moon opportunities, but I think we should pursue them.
Shoot for the moon.
Yeah.
Swing for the fences.
Okay.
Yeah.
But going back to that dancing on thin ice, that sounded good to me.
It's walking.
But it's good. It falls within the realm of acceptability.
Yeah.
Or would it be skating on thin ice?
Skating on thin ice is the absolute way to go.
Yeah. All right. We have Christian who's joining us. Hey, Christian. How you doing, bud?
Hey, good morning, guys. Case, I have a sister.
Oh, you do have a sister.
Oh, Christian is a sister. That's good. You got to give us one moment, bud. Yeah. There we go. That's one of my favorites. All right, so you keep your own list, by the way, Christian?
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, just hi to your youngest listener.
Adorable.
Yeah, so I keep a list, guys. My wife, her name's Dana. She's very successful in her career. However, she cannot get these phrases right. So I actually have a full list of them. Her first one that she said was robbing Peter to save Paul.
All right.
Throwing someone under the mud. I wouldn't know my ass from my hand or my ass from my face or whatever the phrase is.
I wouldn't know my ass or my face.
Turning your tune. I'm standing with my balls in my hand. I think she meant the D word.
I'm standing with my balls in my hand.
Yeah. The squeaky wheel gets the crown.
Wait. The squeaky wheel gets the crown?
Yeah, I don't know.
It might be heavy as the head who wears the crown.
Squeaky wheel gets the oil.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely. No, she has that one. She said, "Can you stop second wheel driving?" I think she meant backseat driving.
Backseat driving. Oh my God, that's great.
Second wheel driving.
Yep. She's kicking herself in the foot. I think she meant shooting herself in the foot.
Yes.
So, there are so many good ones. Smart as attack.
Which I don't even get sharp as attacks. Attacks aren't sharp. They're just pointing.
when you say, well, they are sharp.
They're pointing.
There are some attacks that are sharp. Yeah.
But yeah, so that's a really quick list of all the wonderful phrases she said. I have more, but I know you guys have other callers.
I love those. All right, thanks for sharing, Christian. Say hi to your sister, please.
Well, no.
All right, man. We'll see you later. All right. I wish I had some examples, but my friend Lori Chapman, we call them Loriisms, and she gets stuff wrong all the time. It's like in the ballpark. And so we play a game of, hey, what do you guys think Lori would have called Inglorious Bastards?
Okay.
She says,
I love this.
and so I'm just making that up. It would have been it would have been like unusual dirtbags instead of Inglorious Bastards. So in fact, I had a painting made. Okay, so you guys know
that's right.
You guys know Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Yes, which I love. Yeah,
classic, beautiful painting.
Yeah.
It's they're sitting in a diner, and it's Bogey and Elvis and Marilyn Monroe, and I forgot who the fourth one is. And James Dean. Yeah. So I had a painting made with me and Rochelle, and I hired an artist. Evie, by the way, Eva did that. Eva, I'm sorry, and Lori and Will were in it, and so, but it's called. It's not Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Damn it, what is it? Oh, it's Alley of Despair or something like that. Oh, my God. So
a riff on that?
She legitimately thought that was the name of the
Alley
painting.
of Despair.
Oh, my God.
Or it's something Alley. It's like Desperation Alley or something along those lines. I have it at home, but we had to memorialize that for sure. Let me go to Megan now via Zoom and check in with her. Hi, Megan. Good morning.
Morning, Ed.
Good morning to see you, Megan. All right, so you have one of these flubs?
I do, and it was really bad. A couple of years ago, I worked for a guy. The business has since closed, so I think I'm safe. But he used to just get caught in the worst situations. And one time he was arguing with one of our salespeople about the temperature of the office. She's saying it's too cold. It's too cold. And he said, it's not too cold. She said, well, it's bad for, any women around here. It's real bad. I mean, if you're a young woman and you're trying for something, it's really bad. And around that time, I think my 22-year-old self just rounded the corner and he just wheeled around on me and yelled, do you want to get pregnant?
What?
What? And I was like, I feel I've missed something here.
So the basic contention was a colder office was more conducive to pregnancy. Is it? Yeah.
was young. I had just moved in with my boyfriend who became my husband. I was not ready to get pregnant, and I just kind of turned around and left. And he was like, "Wait, no."
That is bizarre. Yeah, that's an HR nightmare.
Did he explain how that happened?
Yeah, apparently some conversation he was having earlier with that same person, just it for some reason that was what leapt into his mind. That like, no one in the office is trying to get pregnant, so it doesn't matter.
Oh my
God!
God!
Okay, because I've heard that. I've heard that a cooler office is more, and I don't know if that's true or not. The temperature is more conducive to procreating.
Really?
That's what I've heard.
I've never heard that before. That's interesting.
Yeah, it seems like BS to me, but
My dear departed grandfather who used to say, "We'll burn that bridge when we come to it."
Burn it. Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Megan. Good to talk to you. Desperation Alley.
Desperation
I remembered
Alley.
was the name of that the painting instead of Boulevard of Broken Dreams. All right, so the guy who made this list, he also had some other categories of the flubs. And feel free to jump in if you want to. You can text word Zoom to 610-660-9333. But he also had said, someone said, we need to make sure deals have some skin in their teeth. It's by the skin of your teeth.
And skin in the game.
And skin in the game. And then there's another one from Body Parts that said, it's no skin on our back. All right. To which O'Brien appended that it sounded like a horrible medical condition.
Are there any phrases you've heard recently that you've adopted?
Adopted?
Yeah, because sometimes one that there is the one that was quite popular for a while is we need to unpack this.
Oh, standard office.
Standard office stuff.
No circle back.
That dog don't hunt. I've heard used frequently recently.
There's one that Casey started using.
I got it.
What?
It's something about a wheel.
No. It's kind of like, I mean, these are, by the time they get to me, they've been used to death already. You have to understand that. Yeah. But that tracks. I've heard you say that.
Tracks, yeah.
That's been out for a while.
For a long
now.
time, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm late to the game.
You're late to the game.
On all these.
If somebody starts saying something around here, like everybody just jumps on, and then I feel like the saying gets so overused.
Yeah.
Not
That
on
tracks.
the air. Like what'd you say?
I said that tracks.
Yeah, right, right.
Is there anything that comes to mind?
Yes, and I can't. Let me go on with the story, and
Okay.
I will think
one
of
that
them.
I don't use that a lot of people use is I appreciate you.
Oh, I say
that. I don't say that either.
I say thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I say appreciate it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
appreciate
That's my
it.
version of that. I've always said
Because
that.
well, let me assess you now. I have to see are you someone I actually really appreciate in the broad sense?
Yes.
There are times where I've not appreciated you. Yeah.
I appreciate the act that you've just done.
But in general,
I don't know if I appreciate you or
you're
not.
on the fence right now.
Yeah. So in the animals category, here's a couple more flubs that he had. He said, by the way, it was the largest category. There were 80 entries. Somebody had said, I'm not trying to beat a dead horse to death. And another one said, we need to talk about the elephant in the closet.
The gay elephant.
That one's good. Another one going back to, let's see here, food-related ones. Somebody had said, too many cooks in the soup. And read between the tea leaves.
It's just read the tea leaves, right?
Read the tea
Read the
leaves.
tea
Yeah,
leaves
read between the
or
lines.
read between the lines. The other one as well. One person had 3 duck-related violations, which they don't have the examles for.
Yeah, got to hear the. Oh, they don't have the.
They
Oh,
doesn't
I'd
have
love
it.
to
They
hear what
don't
the
have-
examples were. Ducks in a row, I would assume.
Probably.
Water off a duck's back.
Yeah.
If it quacks like a duck, swims like a duck.
Recalcitrant like the residue around a duck's ass.
Something like that. And we have another one who is on the line. We're going to go to Kelly via Zoom now. Good morning to you, Kelly.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're doing great. So is this a work-related flub or mixed metaphor?
Yes. So I had a boss. We were actually in a business meeting with another company trying to partner up with, and the meeting had went really well. And at the end, he said, I think everything went great. I'm gonna have my head nacho reach out to your head nacho, and we're gonna go from there. And I let out a little chuckle, and we get back in the truck, and he goes, I think that went really well, but I think it was a little unprofessional that you laughed at the end of that meeting. I don't know that you realize what you said.
Instead of head honcho.
Head nacho.
Head nacho.
Head nacho. I'm going to have my head nacho reach out to your head nacho, and we're going to get this deal going.
Did you clarify it to him, and did he understand?
I did, and then I saw the look of realization on his face, and he said, "Oh."
I love
that he called you out on it.
Yeah.
He did, that I laughed and made it inappropriate. And then there was another time in our office, he had to leave early, and he was letting the team know, all right, guys, I got to head out. You guys hold down the fork, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Hold down the fork.
Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. Don't tell him.
Yeah. Did we ever find out if he's entire life he's been saying hold down the fork, or that was just a slip of the tongue?
No, I think he's still
my
saying hold down the fork.
Oh, that's bad.
I love it.
I love it. All right. Thank you, Kelly. Appreciate it.
Have a good one, guys.
It's the worst if you realize that you've been saying something wrong for a
while.
long time.
Yeah.
So I'll give you an example, and it's a little embarrassing for intern Joe, but he went to the store to get something for us, and he came back and he said that they have great paraphates. And we're like, paraphates?
Paraphates.
And we're like, Joe, do you mean parfait? And he's like, no, it's a parafate.
Yeah, okay.
Where are you getting that eye?
Is that like a multi-layered treat of some sort? And yeah. That's pronounced parfait.
Wait, was he also the one, or was it a different intern that went for Java and couldn't find
I think that was somebody else. We sent somebody to go to Wawa to get us some Java, and they came back and they were like, dude, they didn't have anything. They didn't have any Java there at all. They don't have coffee?
Yeah.
He's like, oh.
It was hilarious,
I
man.
didn't know that I always said all of a sudden, and I didn't know until the show, until somebody pointed out, probably Nick, that it's all of a sudden.
Right.
And I was like,
and I didn't realize that a lot of people say all the sudden, Casey,
Yeah.
because I've always said all of a sudden, but now I see it all the time. And I mean like well-educated.
Are saying it that way?
People just as a shorthand say all of a sudden, but it's all of a sudden.
So
I still
eventually,
say
if a large collective of people start to say something a certain way, it becomes the accepted way to say it. Even, that's how pronunciations evolve throughout time.
Yeah. We had our guest on Friday, the wrestler. Oh, my God.
Will Ospreay.
Yeah. The shorthand in Britain of the TH is using an F.
Yeah.
Instead of nothing, it's nothing.
Right, yeah.
With an F.
Yeah.
Or like you were saying, bruv, they use a V instead of a TH.
Which
bruv.
is cool.
So it's kind of interesting to see those, shortcuts that are used. But sometimes you just mess up. And that's what happens pretty regularly. And this guy kept track of all of these. The distinction of the top person who held the top spot for the board word offenses was a guy named Mike Murphy, who had 184 infractions on his list of messing up.
Well, this goes to that French benefits, that whole, we talked about that many times, that commercial where they was it FedEx or what was it?
I don't remember what it was for, but they were correcting. They were guy like, look, we don't make French benefits, we get fringe benefits. And he listed a series of things that he would get wrong.
So is he passing the torch to somebody else?
That's a good question. I would hope somebody takes over at this company and it goes on for years.
If it's fun, keep it going. It's a morale thing.
Yeah.
A morale booster.
Yep. And we have a whole, we don't have a formal list of them here, but we keep an informal list.
Do we still do that? You done a good thing. Talk about morale boosters where you
No. Well, are they still?
They're on the board. Yeah.
Okay, so we just don't have meetings anymore.
Still, there's no one here.
So they had Bill Weston started it, and it's in our kitchen, and it's a you done good. It says this little piece of paper, and it says from and to. And it'll be like, hey, Kathy Romano, you done good with that Kathy's Cuts event. Thanks for everything. Love and kisses, Preston. Whatever.
Yeah.
And so we would have a meeting. We'd have these meetings like twice a year, 3 times a year maybe. and we would hand them out, and everyone would read them in the meeting. I always thought it was pretty nice. But we hadn't had a staff
Not in a long
meeting
time. The Rock.
a bit.
Yeah.
All that stuff's gone asunder.
The Rock of MMR.
Well, that got filled. Bill actually, I think, ended that while he was still
Okay.
here because it got all the plaques were filled up.
Yeah, and almost everybody got one at one time or another or something along those lines. But yeah, we used to do these little kind of team
Nice
building
morale
things.
things.
Yeah.
But I think these flubs would be a good, fun way
Sure.
as long as people don't get offended by it, if somebody doesn't get upset that they keep
Go to
doing
hell.
mistakes. Yeah, you just go to hell, mister.
Suck it.
Yeah. All right, well, anyhow, Kat, thanks for sending that article to me. I
Yeah, I
appreciate
thought it was fun.
All right, we are going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We have a lot to get to, including us trying to stay on time and hitting by 8 o'clock your chance to win $1,000. The Preston and Steve 20 money. In fact, we got more information about that as we take a break right now. So listen in closely. It's your chance to win $1,000. Coming back with the B-File.
So, number one, I don't go to Golden Corral for steak. I go to Fogo. Hello. And I'm telling you, really, over a steak, I don't know.
Well, there's no rhyme or reason, but if you're gonna brawl,
Yeah.
the fact that it happens at a Golden Corral, which I always would consider a senior citizen afternoon dinner at 2:15
Thanks,
kind
Heather.
of place, and you're having a full blown Hell's Angels type Altamont rally.
I remember that one of the last big, huge brawls here that I remember seeing was at a wedding at the Sheraton
Yeah.
in Old City.
Somebody died, I think.
Did they?
That
wow,
one?
really?
I didn't remember that. I remember there was some. What happened, Preston, is that the people who were covering it video-wise were up on a balcony.
Yeah, you had a
and they
good
were
view.
catching the whole thing.
Yeah.
I've seen a brawl. Actually, I have seen a brawl take place at a wedding, and it was. Thank God I had no connection to the people. My girlfriend at the time did. And it was the classic case where they get the guy out and he's putting the garter up on the thigh, and the actual groom thought it was a little bit too much.
Oh.
And so they got in and threw down and out on the dance floor. Now, it wasn't 50 people fighting over a steak,
Right.
but it's like 10, 15, 20 people going at it.
Yeah.
And I was loving it.
Yeah, I've only seen those at bars, at nightclubs. Usually it was a dance club where people are bouncing around on the dance floor. or
Sure,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, and then all of a sudden somebody gets into somebody's space or whatever happens, and
that's it.
And then there's a brawl, and then and Casey, you were like your friend pulled you out of there. The security teams, the bouncers, a lot of times don't have much discretion in who they're going to toss out because they don't know what happened. They just got to get in there and start yanking people out.
Yeah.
You just have to.
And a couple can get a little overzealous, and it can turn real ugly real quick.
Pain don't hurt.
There you go.
I
thought it'd be bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. at the Golden Corral.
Yeah, there's a place in Ridley. It had changed so many different names. At one point, it was a Brownies. It was a Wade's Irish Pub. I mean, I watched a couple of things happen there. I watched this chick just hurl a bottle into a group of. She had no idea who she was throwing or who she was going to hit or anything.
Well, I mean, but I mean, you would expect like bouncers and people to be there.
Yeah.
A Golden Corral
Dude,
wouldn't
honestly, yeah.
wouldn't have a bouncer.
No, you have a
Yeah.
hostess.
Yeah.
Or a host.
Hey, if there's a brawl, we need you to to handle the situation.
Some 17-year-old
De-escalate.
girl,
Yeah.
braces.
Could you put that table down?
Well, as a comedian was on last week with us, who was saying it's not the Silver Corral,
Yeah.
it's the Golden Corral.
Right. Wow. Well, this video footage is just crazy, man. I mean, it's like it's scary. People picking up chairs and hurling them across a room.
Yeah, I've been in fights, but I've never been, in the middle of a brawl like that, and I don't know how I would react. Again, the notion that you're not getting your steak in time doesn't seem to be a real reason to throw down.
On a different note, and we'll take the calls as they're coming in if you guys want to comment on this, but it does have to do with a restaurant and a bit of a scene that took place. And I wanted to make sure that I mentioned this. Casey actually sent this story to us over the weekend, and I forgot to mention it yesterday. But our friend John Dornbos,
Yes.
Oh my God, yeah.
played a real-life hero over the weekend. He and his wife, Annalise, were at a restaurant, and they were actually next door to a different restaurant where the owner of a Huntington Beach restaurant caught on fire because she got too close to a space heater and her clothes caught on fire. Dornbos jumped into action and may have saved this woman's life. According to eyewitnesses on the scene, his quick thinking and action was exactly what needed to happen. Her name was Anna Nakayo, the co-owner of Veggielicious, and the victim of the fire has undergone 2 surgeries, according to her husband, Akira, after suffering second and third degree burns.
Jeez.
It could have been much worse if not for Dornbos's help. He said, the news interviewed him. He said, I grabbed my wife's blanket and I got her to the ground, meaning the woman who was on fire, and was just like, hey, help me out. I got you. You're going to be alive. It's okay. And I remember her looking at me, and I just said, honey, it's okay. You're alive. And we did it. So he smothered the flames with the blanket, and she was engulfed.
Yeah.
I mean,
Good Lord.
Like, she may have difficulty walking after this.
Yeah, I actually had a nice correspondence with John about this, just saying, man, I'm so proud of you. Like, and I said, you know, it's crazy to think that, like, all of your life's experiences and everything brought you to that point in time, into that moment, in that situation with a blanket to save that woman's life. Like, you know, it's just
how
insane.
things played out.
Yeah.
Fate. Yeah, an unbelievable thing. But he was, talk about a guy, you know, his own story is amazing. He steps in and saves this woman's life.
It's fantastic. So he said, one of the things I'm most thankful for about playing in the NFL, I played for 14 years, was just this idea of under pressure, being able to calm down and think.
Yeah.
And he handled it, saved this woman's life. So very proud of John. Always have been.
Man.
So that's just another thing, another wonderful thing that he's done. So good for him. And
We should get him on and have him do magic for us.
Yeah, we should, right?
Celebrate.
Wow, man. All right, going back to the Golden Corral.
Golden Corral.
I want to go to Chris, who's got a comment on this. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good. What's up, my man?
So I've never been to the Ben Salem one, but I go to the one up in Lehigh County, and I know how this fight started.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Just like Lehigh County, there's a big line that starts, but the grill's only so big. So you walk up to the grill, the chef, and you tell him how you want it, medium. He's like, all right, here you go. The next guy might want it well done, and that's where everything starts. He wants it well done. He's like, oh, I don't have any well done. Come back. I'll remember you. Like, okay. So you sit down. You come back 5 minutes later. Those people don't know who you are. They all just think you just cut the line.
Okay.
So this is obviously.
But I got it for you. First off, it's against the law to have a steak well done. I mean,
I agree. I'm with you, Chris.
I'm a medium rare guy, so mine's always done when I get up there. And they do have very good steaks, Steve. Very good steaks.
Do they? All right. So my question would be: is this why? So why don't you place your order? They give you a number like they do in other places.
Yeah.
You put the number on your table, and they bring you your steak.
Well, Steve, sometimes people lack that thing called intelligence. But they do have other good food there, too. You can go up there and get your steak, and then go up there and get spaghetti and meatballs while you're waiting for it or whatever. Like you said, take a number, get like a digital system going.
Yeah,
right.
But to have them in line, Chris, and have you waiting or having you not understanding the timing situation, that's like, you know, that's a powder keg.
It is. It can be ridiculous. And then, the grill's only so big, so you might have 100 people in line, but you can only fit 20 steaks on there.
All right.
So when all the 20 steaks are up, and then and then the guy orders well done, and
he kills it.
That's how World War I started.
All right. Thanks, Chris. We appreciate the perspective, man. Thank you.
He does make a good point.
And by the way, I had a scenario not that long ago where it was a stand-in-line type of thing. I think we're at the premium outlets. And had ordered something. They weren't ready. It was like an Asian buffet, and they didn't have enough egg rolls done. So I ordered those. Like, okay, we need to make them come back in a second. And I had to do that thing where I had to walk back up and get in front of people at the register. And, you know, they think I'm cutting in line, and I'm actually just going up to get what I had ordered previously. I hate that. It's just a moment of uncomfortability.
It's like the walk of shame almost.
I hate it.
You should be holding your shoes, Preston, with smeared lipstick on your face.
Right. You're right.
Yeah. And what they should do is have a secondary line that is for people who've already placed their orders and are coming back to pick that up. Just a little bit of tinkering around could have avoided this brawl.
Here's an interesting text. It says, hey, guys, I'm a wedding photographer, and there was a brawl at a wedding. And at the end of the night, the Philly cops needed to go through my camera to find out who the culprits were.
Oh, that's
because
great.
they all fought and then ran, and they were family. So I guess nobody was giving anybody up.
Right.
No family.
And I don't know how that ended up resolving itself, but they had to use that as evidence to track people down.
I love those places where there'd be no way that you'd imagine there'd be something like a brawl or a physical fight, and you get one.
Hey, let's go to Lou. Good morning, Lou.
Woo!
Yay!
All right.
Lou! How you doing, bud?
Doing better, President. How you guys doing?
Good. Lou had a touch of the Rona.
Oh, did you? Okay,
I had
good.
The coronavirus.
Yeah, you're doing better though, right?
Right. Plus, I got busted ribs, which is always fun.
How
I
did-
took a fall at the Poconos, so I'm still.
Man,
poor
Lou.
thing. All right, well,
Yeah,
listen.
it's been a crazy month.
But you're doing better. You wanted to tell us this story?
Yeah. So one time I was working out in California. I had a Jack in a Box, and a buddy of mine was working the drive-through. And like 4 guys from San Jose State football team was in the drive-through, and they were busting the kids. You know, they were busting them up, picking on them.
Right.
So when he handed them the food, they threw a shake at him, and the kid said something, and they thought that it was just him. They didn't know that his brothers, me, and a buddy of ours, this big Samoan, was sitting in the other room. So we emptied out into the joint. Like they came driving around thinking they're going to fight him, and when we emptied out, one kid walked around the end of the car. I opened his face right up with a left hook.
Oh, my God. All right. It right up.
A Jack in the Box
Oh, it
brawl.
was a brawl.
You know what? In a way, Lou, you were like an actual Jack in the Box. The door opens
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Wow.
That's hilarious.
Was that the end of the brawl, or did everybody get out and start mixing it up?
Oh no! Everybody got started mixing it up. One of the guys went and got a jack out of the car, and he went after the Samoan. Well, the Samoan kid, he took the jack right to the forearm and started pounding this guy.
Oh my God.
He was a tough kid. He was a cook. I seen this kid drink a dozen and a half of raw eggs one time.
Drink a dozen and a half raw eggs?
All of Lou's stories,
Yeah.
all of Lou's stories have like tangential stories.
Yeah.
You know?
That alone would be a hell of a story. So the Samoan, you don't want to piss off the Samoan and Jack in the Box, but you guys, I assume, prevailed and were the victors, right?
Right.
All right, cool.
All right, Lou. Good to hear from you, man. Hang in there, bud. Lou?
Did we lose him?
Lou? Oh, there you go.
There we go.
All right, Lou. Take care, man. We'll see you later.
All right, take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
All right, see ya. Oh my God! Wow. All right. Well, this one, this Golden Corral brawl, it made
national.
It was viral, and how can you not be, stare at that like a deer in headlights, because it's just you're not used to seeing that type of thing at your Golden Corrals.
Golden Corral, Sizzler. What were the other?
Does Sizzler even exist anymore?
There was a Western Sizzlin', I remember.
Western Sizzlin', yeah, we talked about
a branch.
Hosses was the one that we went.
Hosses.
Yeah, we went to the Hosses in college. That was like Central PA, probably elsewhere as well.
The whole thing was like $6. You go $6. You go. It's that cafeteria style.
Well, Old Country Buffet was one as well, but I don't think they had steak there.
No.
But I worked at a place I told you guys about. It was called York Steakhouse. That was kind of like that
Right.
type of thing where, you just stand in line, you get it, and take it to your table.
And then you head west across the country, and then you get Luby's, and you get Morrison's, and you get other cafes like that. Luby's, yeah.
Okay, is that like Lou B or Luby?
It was Lubys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luby's. Like
Yeah.
Ruby. Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for the stories, and keep it in mind. Be patient when people are ordering steak.
Don't order it well done. You'll get it sooner.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, Tobias Harris is going to be on the show
Yes.
this morning. We're also going to have mountaineer Nims Persia on the program as well. Climbed the tallest peaks, all 14 of them in record time in the world. And our friends from Primo's are stopping by. In fact, Marissa is arranging the goodies right now, which means we'll have some goodies to give away for you as well. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. Oh, and it's National Chocolate Day.
What? Is it?
Yes, and I think we're going to commemorate that in a moment. I'll explain in a little
National
bit.
Chocolate
Be
Day.
back in a moment. Stay with us.
Goes out the door all the way into the parking lot. I mean, it was hour wait. I mean, I never seen nothing
All
like
right,
it.
Jay, hold 1 second. Preston has a question.
Yeah,
Preston?
Jay, would it happen like on weekend nights or at any?
And holidays are the best, dude. Listen, holidays, dude, people are getting smoked, dude. They want that steak, dude. I'm telling you.
I didn't know. Jay, I didn't never realize that the big draw at the Golden Corral was the steak.
Dude, it was insane, dude. I never knew it till I got a job there, dude. Wow. I mean, dude, it is insane.
All right, man.
You don't even need to go to UFC. Just go to Golden Corral.
That's hilarious, Jay. Wow.
We got about 50 dudes on this phone call.
We're going to start the Presidency of 20 Money in about a minute and a half, which means we have just a little bit of time. And Marissa wants to share this thing. We talked about this last week, but there was something really cool you wanted to mention.
Yeah, I have been selected as a woman of impact for the Go Red campaign. It all benefits the American Heart Association, which means I'm raising funds for Go Red for Women, for heart awareness, for education, for research. I've learned so much being part of this. In fact, this stat blows me away. It says that nearly 45% of women 20 years and older are living with a cardiovascular disease. That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
Almost
Insane.
half of women, and most of them are undiagnosed. And it's because we don't think that anything can happen to us when you're young and you feel healthy. But it's not true. It could be something hereditary. It could be something, just inside of you. So that's what Go Red for Women is all about, is heart health and education and awareness and helping each other. So if you have a little bit of extra funds that you could add to my campaign, it would mean the world to me. I think the minimum donation is like $25. I'm sure you spent that on lunch or something over the weekend. Maybe skip your lunch this week and donate it to the Go Red for Women campaign. It will go far, and you will be helping women all across the country, and it means a lot.
Excellent. So where should we go to do that?
Easiest way.
Not our website.
Just to go to my Instagram. It's Marissa Magnata. It'll also be on Preston and Steve's Instagram. I'll share it there across all of our social medias. And just click the link. We make it really easy. You can use PayPal. You can use Google, whatever your form of donation is. And it's tax deductible. And you can actually do a matching program with your company if they offer that. So you can also just peep on your company and see if they do that kind of stuff.
Nice.
Kind of cool.
Excellent. All right.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Marissa Madnata, a woman of impact.
Woo!
Pow! That's her. All right. You're in luck. It's 8 o'clock. It's time to give away money.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. I'm scared. It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money keyword.
Let's begin this thing. Our contest keyword today is contest. CONTEST. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter it on the MMR app or at WMMR.com, maybe. Or you can text it to the special contest short code number 45911. And one random entry going to win $1,000 in a company-wide contest. Each MMR winner will also get a pair of MMR tickets, MMRBQ tickets as well. Winners will get a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve's 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So this is your first shot of 5 today alone. Your chance to win $1,000. Don't miss out on them because we do it each day at 8, 10, noon, 3, and 5. Good luck to you, friend.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I'll get you some stories. We'll start with this. And I meant to get to this last week, but better late than never. A financial CEO is facing federal charges for allegedly choking out a fellow cruise passenger who called his wife an effing bitch for asking him to stop dancing barefoot. This is according to the FBI. The FBI is involved in this.
I'm going to kill you.
Kenneth DeGiorgio, the 53-year-old CEO of Southern California mortgage lending company First American Financial, attacked the other man in one of the Virgin Voyages ship's cocktail lounges Monday.
Hot.
While telling him, I'll effing kill you, according to a federal complaint.
Yeah, that's a problem.
The other passenger, only identified by the initials M.A., later told federal investigators he felt as if his throat was going to be ripped out. The fracas erupted early Monday in international waters off of Martinique after the CEO's wife, Nicole DeGiorgio, asked M.A. to stop dancing barefoot in the Resilient Ladies on the Rocks bar, telling him, look, we're all grown-ups here.
Sure.
Can you put your shoes on? And M.A. allegedly shot back with, shut up, you effing bitch. And he also flipped her the bird. Well, DeGiorgio was then seen on surveillance footage crossing the dance floor and attacking the cursing cruise ship passenger.
I'm sorry, I said it.
Grabbing him by the throat and forcing him to the floor.
Seems like fun.
Security was called, and the ship's captain ordered DeGiorgio confined to his room until the next port of call. The ship's security contacted the FBI to report the assault when the vessel pulled into San Juan, Puerto Rico the following day. Nicole DeGiorgio blamed herself for asking M.A. to put his shoes on while telling agents the other man, quote, never touched her. DeGiorgio refused to speak to the feds without his attorney, according to the complaint.
Yeah.
He is charged with assault with maritime and territorial jurisdiction of the United States. His legal team said that the CEO only responded to the actions of an individual who harassed his wife, making her feel threatened and intimidated.
We're in international waters. I can choke you.
Although charged with simple misdemeanor, Mr. DeGiorgio looks forward to being absolved of any wrongdoing, they said.
Sounds like a great time.
A real estate transaction fell apart just 1 hour before closing after a shocking discovery involving an alleged squatter at the property. The potential buyers, who had been under contract since March 1st, chose to walk away from the deal after encountering a legal complication involving the seller's adult daughter. According to the prospective buyers, everything appeared to be in order until the final walkthrough, which took place just before the scheduled closing. I mean, like, they are ready to sign on the dotted line.
Ready to go.
During this walkthrough, they discovered the seller's daughter had moved back into the property over the previous weekend. Her belongings and even her dog had been brought back into the home, despite the seller's intention to finalize the sale.
Well, this is going to be a problem.
The potential buyers allege that local law enforcement called to the property multiple times, confirmed the daughter's claim of tenant rights. The would-be buyers explained that there was no leasing agreement in place and her name was not on the deed. However, police officers apparently stated that they had visited the property 4 to 5 times in the past month and could do nothing, as it was now considered a civil matter.
Yeah,
as a result,
in the courts.
The buyers decided to cancel the transaction 1 hour before closing, citing concerns over the inability to evict the woman without a formal eviction process. Under New York state law, squatters that have lived on a property for more than 30 days are legally protected and must be evicted through the formal court process. In some cases, it may take months, even years, to remove squatters from a property, especially when they claim tenant rights. In a similar case, a homeowner shared their struggle with squatters refusing to leave their property. They said squatters allegedly told the homeowner to, quote, take them to court when asked to leave. Experts suggest the property owners should avoid taking matters into their own hands and instead pursue eviction through the courts.
So, and she was actually a resident of the house prior to that, yeah, which makes it even that much more complicated.
So here's a terrible story. Apex police said a man drove into and killed a woman who was the grandmother of a child at the center of a custody exchange on Friday night. Officers responded to a home around 10 p.m. to find that a child custody exchange had escalated into an altercation between the father and the grandparents. And during the dispute, the maternal grandmother of the child was hit and killed by a vehicle being driven by the father, Bradford Brown. So it was this exchange. There was an argument, and dude went crazy and got in the car, and boom. After a short chase on foot, Brown was arrested and charged with voluntary manslaughter. Police said that more charges are possible. Another person in the vehicle is being sought, and police did not identify the grandmother in the release. Yeah. All right, and this story, the story goes that 60 years ago, and I know you've never heard of this before, but I'll explain. Tunnock's tea cakes were banned from RAF flights after a cockpit marshmallow explosion. So these are chocolate-covered treats from Britain, And they were allegedly all the rage, eaten by nuclear bomber crewmen on training sorties at the height of the Cold War. But in the summer of 1965, a captain and student pilot forgot they had placed unwrapped tea cakes above their instrument panels. And when the captain pulled an emergency depressuring switch, the iconic Scottish treat erupted, leaving a sticky mess all over the airmen, the instruments, and the cockpit canopy. And now the RAF Center of Aerospace Medicine has given them the all clear to fly again after tests in an altitude chamber found that the tea cakes do not explode.
Can't fly without my tea cakes.
The experiments were covered by the British Forces Broadcasting Service. First, the tea cakes were put into an altitude chamber, normally used in the training of new fast jet pilots, and were lifted to 8,000 feet, climbing at 4,000 feet per minute. Then they were rapidly decompressed to 25,000 feet in 3 seconds to see if they would blow up.
What are they dropping nuclear bombs for when they have this stuff?
As air pressure in the chamber decreased, the air inside the tea cakes expanded until the chocolate cracked and the mallow filling puffed out.
We're looking at a time-lapse footage of these things popping open. It's pretty cool.
It was also discovered that when they were frozen, before being placed at the chamber, their hardened shells were more resilient to crackling at altitude. Pilots have been offered some advice by Dr. Oliver Bird, an instructor at the RAF Center of Aerospace Medicine.
I think I can be of some help.
He said the best advice is that the snacks are kept frozen and in their foil wrappings until pilots are ready to consume them.
May I suggest you bring along tubs of spotted dick instead?
Now, Fergus Loudon, sales director at Tunnocks, which is based in Uddingston near Glasgow, Scotland, said, if we really are talking about the people who fly our supersonic jet bombers, then I'm inclined to think that Tunnocks tea cakes wouldn't be their highest thing on the list of worries. But I'm glad to hear that they can now enjoy them like everybody else with official approval.
What's your favorite in-flight snack, Preston?
So the Biscoff cookies.
I love them.
Are my favorites.
They're wonderful.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, so we kicked it off, gang. It's Preston and Steve 20 money, and we have your chance to win $1,000. I'll just reiterate that the word that we gave you is contest. That is the word, contest. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that. And like we've said before, there are 3 ways for you can do it. You can go through the MMR app. You can text to the special contest short code number at 45911, or you can go to WMMR.com and enter it there as well. But we want you to be our first $1,000 winner in this contest.
Yes.
So get on that, my friend. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. We got some other things to share. We got a really cool big freaking deal I'll tell you about when we return. Back there, you had knives to protect yourself back in the kitchen.
I had plexiglass right in front of me, too. So
Yeah,
it was like being in jail.
Oh, my God.
You know?
I'll tell you this: they trash this place, Preston. It takes about
Thanks, Jay.
a minute and a half, and they've trashed it entirely.
I can't believe they're throwing the high chairs.
By the way, those are effing heavy.
Well, the especially the dude picks up a table.
Yeah.
And that could have killed somebody.
And
you
now
know?
nobody gets steak.
Yeah.
You know, like,
Get
you're
out of
all
here.
pissy
Nobody's
that
getting
you didn't get
steak.
your steak in time, and now nobody gets steak.
Do we have the audio of the brawl? Marissa's going to send it over.
We got
Yeah.
about
And
20
look,
seconds.
there's girls in there. Like,
yeah.
Girls, kids, everything.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad.
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Let's play a little clip of the audio. There's a text came in and said the Golden Corral owner is cool. I used to fix his equipment. He took care of us and tipped us. But that place is, well, I can't say what it says there. I can't say what it says there.
Do you know what I'm tired of with the current crop of brawl videos or fight videos? The guy who's always taking it is always going, OS.
Yeah.
OS.
Yeah.
OS.
Yeah, but you know what? That guy's standing back. I'd rather hear him do
Oh,
that
Yeah,
than
yeah.
jump
But
in on it all.
give us some color commentary.
Yeah.
Remember the Wawa
Know
fight
how to
in
report.
Delaware, not in Delaware, in Florida, where the guy was commenting on?
Yeah.
His commentary was actually pretty good.
Right.
Where the dude lose
Give
his pants.
us some color commentary. Tell us what's going on.
So reading the news report, the police report, it said that they didn't have an exact count on how many people were involved, but officers believe it was more than 40.
Oh, clearly. Clearly.
And the fight left the dining room heavily damaged and sent people fleeing for safety. There weren't police weren't aware of any serious injuries. No arrests had been made.
If I found myself in this situation, I would not be like in the mix throwing chairs. I
You
would
leave.
be
I'd
the
be in the parking
second,
lot.
the first person out the door.
That's what you need to do.
I
You need to
can't
get
say,
out.
though, if I were clocked in the back, if I just passively was sitting there and got clocked in the back of the head with a chair,
might
that I
react.
might not freak the F out.
Stand up and throw a high chair.
Right,
I mean, if you got caught up in it, it might be more. It might be more difficult to leave. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Have
Yeah.
you ever been close to when a brawl or even a large conflagration like this kicks into effect? It's easy to get swept up in it, even if that is the last thing you want.
No, I've been literally stuck in the middle of a brawl that I had nothing to do with. Those sort of things happen in nightclubs and bars all the time.
A lot. You're right.
This is just a restaurant. I don't know if they serve
A
alcohol.
Golden Corral.
I don't know if they serve alcohol, but when alcohol's involved, it happens quite a bit. Now, one time I was, and the bar doesn't even exist anymore. It was in Wayne. I was in the dance floor and a fight erupted around me, and I didn't know anybody involved in the fight, and I was getting jostled and thrown all over the place. And the next thing you know, my buddy John grabbed me, and next thing I know, I'm in the parking lot. I'm like, how the hell did that happen?
Good for him.
Yeah, the dance floor where the fight happened, there was an exit right there, and it was right at the parking lot. I was like, dude, like saved my life.
Yeah. Steve, I don't know if I've been in a brawl like that, but I have been in a food fight in high school, and honestly, it was a lot of fun. Like, you had the feeling that like it was about to start, and then like you'd see one grape go flying, and then like 3 more grapes went in this direction, and then apples started going, and all of a sudden it just turns into mass chaos. And it probably lasted 45 seconds to a minute, but during that time, it was pretty awesome.
Nick, I was actually in college when Animal House came out.
Okay.
And so, yes, that became so common that the school had to put a kibosh on it. They were benevolent. They were food fights.
Yeah.
But when you're like, you don't know what's... Imagine you're sitting... Apparently, Golden Corral serves one hell of a steak. Yeah. And imagine you're at a Golden Corral where it's like going to the Cracker Barrel and having a fight between the Bloods and the Crips.
Right.
Somebody texted and said it was a group of about 60 people. Wait, was this the same one? I don't know if they're referring to the Golden Corral fight or another. It might be continuing from another text, but it said that it was a post-funeral group. No serious injuries. That might have been a different thing. Another one says Aramingo Diner in Philly was a brawl every weekend.
You know what was bad, from what I understand, Preston? Up here on City Line, the House of Pancakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
really?
so it was so bad, and I didn't realize this. And my wife and I went in, we were coming back from something, and it was there. Okay, let's go in. And they actually made us pay
in advance.
In advance.
Right.
They had made us pay in advance, and then the woman there indicated that there were people dining and dashing constantly, and people fighting all the time. It was the craziest thing in an international pancake house.
Kathy, somebody says Bucksco should get extra points for dinner and a show.
Right, exactly.
You know.
Apparently, I just got a text from a friend who's told me that one of our other friends actually goes to this place.
Well, apparently the steak's good.
I've been to Golden Corral. Like it is it's you know, it is what you would imagine it to be. But but the fact that somebody was ready to throw down because they believe the other table got their steak first.
Well, and how does it turn into that? Like, aren't you then mad at the server or the chef
Right.
back in the kitchen who
Right.
sent somebody else's out first? Like,
Yeah,
how
but
does
it
it turn
can-
into everyone involved?
What can happen is, somebody asks a question, well, how come they got their food before I did? And then that person in that
Why don't you
party,
mind your own business?
Yeah, might
Yeah.
say something back, and then next thing you know,
It's all in.
people are being absolute idiots. Hang on a second here. Let me go to Heather. Hi, Heather. Good morning.
It's that you just look so nice today.
Well done.
Thank you. What's up, Heather?
I literally just got out of the shower. This is not even funny. Okay. I watch 6 ABC every morning and morning, noon, and night, and they had an update. They had the guy that threw the high chair, and he ordered his steak like on the rarer side, and the guy in front of him, because I think you line up and you tell the person behind the glass how you want it, what
Yep.
you want, and the guy in front of him got so pissed off that he got his steak first that he started the argument, and he hit him, and then the guy defended himself with the chairs. But I've been to that place once, and I will never go back.
So and apparently the guy got his steak quicker because
He ordered it rare. Yeah.
And therefore it takes less time to cook.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. So, number one, I don't go to Golden Corral for steak. I go to Fogo. Hello. And I'm telling you, like, really, like, over a steak, like, I don't know.
Well, there's no rhyme or reason, but if you're gonna brawl, the fact that it happens at a Golden Corral, which I always would consider a senior citizen afternoon dinner at 2:15 kind of place, and you're having a full blown Hell's Angels type Altamont rally.
I remember one of the last big, huge brawls here that I remember seeing was at a wedding at the Sheraton in Old City.
Somebody died, I think.
Did they?
That one?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't remember that. I remember there was some. What happened, Preston, is that the people who were covering it video-wise were up on a balcony.
Yeah, you had a
and they
good
were
view.
catching the whole thing.
Yeah.
I've seen a brawl. Actually, I have seen a brawl take place at a wedding, and it was. Thank God I had no connection to the people. My girlfriend at the time did. And it was the classic case where they get the guy out and he's putting the garter up on the thigh, and the actual groom thought it was a little bit too much.
Oh.
And so they got in and threw down and out on the dance floor. Now, it wasn't 50 people fighting over a steak, but it's like 10, 15, 20 people going at it.
Yeah.
And I was loving it.
Yeah, I've only seen those at bars, at nightclubs. Usually it was a dance club where people are bouncing around on the dance floor.
Sure,
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that, and then all of a sudden somebody gets into somebody's space or whatever happens, and
that's it.
And then there's a brawl, and then and Casey, you were like your friend pulled you out of there. The security teams, the bouncers, a lot of times don't have much discretion in who they're going to toss out because they don't know what happened. They just got to get in there and start yanking people out.
You just have to.
And a couple can get a little overzealous, and it can turn real ugly real quick.
Pain don't hurt.
I mean,
I
thought it'd be bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. at the Golden Corral.
Yeah, there was a place in Ridley. It had changed so many different names. At one point, it was a Brownies. It was a Wade's Irish Pub. I mean, I watched a couple of things happen there. I watched this chick just hurl a bottle into a group of. She had no idea who she was throwing or who she was going to hit or anything.
Well, I mean, but I mean, you would expect like bouncers and people to be there.
Yeah.
A Golden Corral wouldn't.
Honestly, yeah.
Wouldn't have a bouncer.
No, you have a hostess.
Yeah.
Or a host.
Hey, if there's a brawl, we need you to to handle the situation.
Some 17-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Braces.
Could you put that table down?
Well, as a comedian was on last week with us, he was saying it's not the Silver Corral,
yeah,
it's the Golden Corral.
Right. Wow. Well, this video footage is just crazy, man. I mean, it's like it's scary. People picking up chairs and hurling them across a room.
Yeah, I've been in fights, but I've never been, in the middle of a brawl like that, and I don't know how I would react. Again, the notion that you're not getting your steak in time doesn't seem to be a real reason to throw down.
On a different note, and we'll take the calls as they're coming in if you guys want to comment on this, but it does have to do with the restaurant and a bit of a scene that took place. And I wanted to make sure that I mentioned this. Casey actually sent this story to us over the weekend, and I forgot to mention it yesterday. But our friend John Dornbos,
yes,
oh my God, yeah,
played a real life hero over the weekend. He and his wife Annalise were at a restaurant, and they were actually next door to a different restaurant where the owner of a Huntington Beach restaurant caught on fire because she got too close to a space heater and her clothes caught on fire. Dornbos jumped into action and may have saved this woman's life. According to eyewitnesses on the scene, his quick thinking and action was exactly what needed to happen. Her name was Anna Nakayo, the co-owner of Veggielicious, and the victim of the fire has undergone 2 surgeries, according to her husband, Akira, after suffering 2nd and 3rd degree burns.
Jeez.
It could have been much worse if not for Dornbos's help. He said, the news interviewed him, he said, I grabbed my wife's blanket and I got her to the ground, meaning the woman who was on fire, and was just like, hey, help me out. I got you. You're going to be alive. It's okay. And I remember her looking at me, and I just said, honey, it's okay. You're alive. And we did it. So he smothered the flames with the blanket, and she was engulfed.
Yeah.
I mean,
good Lord.
Like, she may have difficulty walking after this.
Yeah, I actually had a nice correspondence with John about this, just saying, man, I'm so proud of you. And I said, it's crazy to think that, all of your life's experiences and everything brought you to that point in time and to that moment in that situation with a blanket to save that woman's life. It's just
how
insane.
things played out.
Yeah.
Fate. Yeah, an unbelievable thing. But he was talk about a guy, his own story is amazing. He steps in and saves this woman's life.
It's fantastic. So he said, one of the things I'm most thankful for about playing in the NFL, I played for 14 years, was just this idea of under pressure, being able to calm down and think.
Yeah.
And he handled it, saved this woman's life. So very proud of John. Always have been.
Man.
So that's just another thing, another wonderful thing that he's done. So good for him. And
We should get him on and have him do magic for us.
Yeah, we should, right?
Celebrate.
Wow, man. All right, going back to the Golden Corral.
Golden Corral.
I want to go to Chris, who's got a comment on this. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you guys doing today?
Good. What's up, my man?
So I've never been to the Ben Salem one, but I go to the one up in Lehigh County, and I know how this fight started.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Just like Lehigh County, there's a big line that starts, but the grill's only so big. So you walk up to the grill, the chef, and you tell him how you want it, medium. He's like, all right, here you go. The next guy might want it well done, and that's where everything starts. He wants it well done. He goes, I don't have any well done. Come back, I'll remember you. Like, okay. So you sit down, you come back 5 minutes later. Those people don't know who you are. They all just think you just cut the line.
Okay.
So this is obviously.
But I got it for you. First off, it's against the law to have a steak well done. I mean,
I agree. I'm with you, Chris.
I'm a medium rare guy, so mine's always done when I get up there. And they do have very good steaks, Steve. Very good steaks.
Do they? All right. So my question would be: is this why? So why don't you place your order? They give you a number like they do in other places.
Yeah.
You put the number on your table, and they bring you your steak.
Well, Steve,
real quick, couple of shout outs if you guys don't mind. I got this. Says, hey, I want to request a big old birthday shout out to my wife, Taina Forseth. And I make her listen to the show anytime we're on the road. He makes her listen. And when you guys play fart sounds, she can't help but laugh. She's very immature, he says. Her birthday is on April 2nd, but any day that week would be great. Since I watch the show daily on YouTube, I'm bound to catch it. Thank you guys for all you do every day. That is from Nelson Forseth. And here is a shout out to your wife there, buddy. And thanks for watching via YouTube. And then I got this curious shout out from Larry Grake. Writes me a lengthy email. He starts off by saying, congrats on 20 years at MMR for the Preston and Steve Show. I've listened to you and Steve on WDRE, the WDRE days for years since you were there. And then he lists all this stuff of why he listens and what he's into and everything. And then at the end he says, so I will be listening that day for my shout out. The problem is in the email he doesn't mention what day. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He says I'll be turning 51 on the 22nd.
Oh, well.
I'm way in advance of this.
That's okay.
So Larry, this is way in advance. He says, signed, a disabled firefighter paramedic that also worked on the medic unit that serves your areas due to bad heart issues. I am disabled, but I still give blood when I can. So Larry, here's an advance happy birthday to you, brother. And thanks for checking in. And I got some butt plugs, but I'll do. Oh, wait. Let me do this other shout out real quick. Big congratulations. This is from Casey Garr. She says, big congratulations to the Philadelphia Junior Flyers girls 19A Double Elite 2025 Chipotle USA Hockey National Champions.
What a title.
This Junior Flyers team, playing out of Westchester, is the first team in the history of the organization to take home the gold medal at Nationals.
Nice.
The game-winning goal was scored about 30 seconds into overtime by defenseman Kylie Chandler to win the championship. And these girls worked so hard all season for this outcome. And on behalf of all their parents, we are so proud of you girls. So here's a big shout out to those guys. Congratulations. That's huge news.
Excellent.
Champions. Love it. Last week, Nick got to the honor to speak in front of a crowd of high school students. It was a career day, Nick?
Yeah, Conestoga High School. And I'm going to start this story by saying, speaking of shout-outs, and we're going to give a shout-out to Carrie D'Angelo. Casey, she is your spirit animal.
Oh, yeah?
She came down. She met you at Katie Ledecky signing last year. Yeah, Carrie's the nicest person on the planet. And she says, will you please send this out to the sexy teacher that you went to high school with back in the day? I need to be Casey's best friend. So, Casey, I'm just going to put that out there.
All right.
You and Carrie are going to be best friends.
Oh, well, I already have a couple of best friends.
Well,
but,
now you have a new one.
I'll put her in the line.
She's on the list, yeah. So, yeah, I spoke at Conestoga. That's where I went to high school. I graduated in 93, and it was really cool. And thanks so much to, you guys remember Don Braun? He used to work here
Don
years
Braun.
ago? Yeah, and so his wife's name is Jeannie Braun, and Don and Jeannie, Don actually spoke at Career Day as well. And then Jeannie invited me on a person named Shannon Cho and invited me to be a speaker. And it was really cool. I've done it a couple times before. It was neat to be back in the high school and walk through the halls of the high school is always a bizarre thing. Even though I grew up here and I see it fairly frequently. Anytime you go back and you're in there and you go into the cafeteria or whatever, it's just kind of like a strange, bizarre walk into the past.
What an honor it must be to influence young minds and hold them in the palm of your hands as they're hanging on your every syllable, learning from the wise veteran how they too can go into the professional realm and succeed.
It's such a crapshoot, Steve, because the lady that spoke before me was educated. She was an author.
Right.
She was brilliant, and she's written all these kids' book over the years. And then one of the other people that spoke that day was like an orthopedic surgeon who has like triple PhDs and educated out the ass. And I'm like, well, I went to college for 7.5 years, and this is what I do now. But it was fun because like I started an interest in radio at Conestoga. They had a tiny little radio station that broadcast to the other side of the school. And the first time I ever did a radio show anywhere, it was at Conestoga. So like just kind of talk to them about my path and how a part-time job led to a job in the promotions department, which led to working for Pierre, which led to working for you guys, which was 20 years ago. So like that path of it was kind of interesting.
Were they good?
And good to share. Half of them were interested in what I had to say.
Yeah.
The other half, we're glad that it was not class.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. Were you speaking at an assembly, in the auditorium? Okay, because I've done 2 different types of things. One was like an assembly, and you're like, whatever. And then another one I did, both at Cardinal O'Hara, is I spoke 4 different times to 4 different classes. So I had a class of freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors. And I thought the sophomores were the worst. They just, they didn't care.
They're there for school.
Yeah. We were like, we want to learn.
Yeah, there were some students who had pointed questions about like, how to get into radio or communications or whatever, podcasting, all that kind of thing. And then there were kids that were just there because it was a free period and they didn't actually have to go to class. So, speaking to both sides of it was fun. And you just kind of, you guys have been there. You navigate through it the best you possibly can.
Yeah, we spoke at the correctional facility.
Oh, my God.
Shaping young minds. Not only were we sure that not one single individual, including the people that had us there, gave a rat's ass about what we were talking about, we weren't so sure we were going to leave there with our lives.
I thought I was going to get stabbed at some point. It was scary.
2 weeks ago, I spoke to a class at Mercer County Community College, and it was communications majors and people who were very interested in getting into broadcasting. And it was via Zoom. I just did it here in the studio to those students. But, Steve, they were really into it. It was cool because it was kids who were like, I say kids, 18 to 22-year-old young adults who want to get into what we do for a living. So they had great questions.
Right.
So thanks to Professor Cantor who invited me to be a part of that one.
We spoke to a class, and in that class was a young Sarah Parker.
Wow.
That's right.
It was a Drexel.
It was a Drexel.
That's awesome.
That was cool.
Yeah,
we shaped a young mind that day.
We did. Every now and then, I've done a few of those, and every now and then you get like somebody that will challenge you.
Yeah.
And I remember years and years ago, there was just some guys that were just, and I was working at Y100 at the time, and I think they might have been like YSP fans or something like that, and they were just not into me being there. And I remember them just like coming after me.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I was asked to come here.
Cut me some slack, man.
Tell you about what I do.
That's when you go over to the door, you lock it, and you go, now you can't leave.
Now you can't leave.
What you little jerks want.
Now you can't leave.
Hey, Steve, and then you get the pool stick and you break it in half, right?
Yeah. We're having audition.
Today we're going to learn a lesson.
No, but that's cool. You got
fun.
to go do it.
Yeah. And when you do speak to students who are actually interested in what you have to do or say for a living, and there are some great collegiate programs like Rowan, like Drexel, and Temple that offer up these types of programs. So if you're interested in getting into this type of career, it's a fascinating path.
Yeah, well, we're getting towards the end of the school year. This is crazy.
How did that happen?
Well, Ben's a senior, and he's got less than a month left. and then they do senior project to end their senior year. So a lot of high schools do these senior internship things. So it's this month, then prom, then senior internship, then graduation.
I think you were out, Nick. You were sick when Casey had pointed out, you, me, and him, we all have seniors in high school.
Yeah.
My youngest is a senior.
It's crazy.
Your only is a senior. Casey's next
My
youngest
middle,
is a
yeah.
senior.
Yeah.
It's crazy, dude.
My rescue dog is a senior.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah. It actually is. Case, I know for a fact that when I returned my tuxedo to Ikabuchi, there was a young man coming in to pick up a tuxedo for an event that was the prom.
Yeah, that young man's father actually did that for him instead. That young man also gave the wrong dates for his own prom. So thank God that young man's father came in and fixed everything for him.
Yes.
Wait, is there some miscommunication between that young man and that young man's father, and you're not getting all the information that? Well, I mean, that guy's dad might not get all the information he needs.
That young man wanted to go and do this all on his own. And so that young man's father allowed him to do that. And that young man's father then came to realize that young man had everything wrong.
He had the wrong date for his prom?
For his own prom, yeah. But, I mean, in his defense, it was supposed to go to a different prom, and then that ended up, not happening. And so he ended up going to the Villa Maria prom on Friday night. And then, there were, after parties and stuff like that. And so he was going to go to one after party and then realized that it was just kind of too out of hand. And he's tapped out and just ended up going home, which I think was,
So we're on the height
right
of it now,
decision.
right?
Yeah. So my buddy, his son went to the O'Hara Junior Prom, I think was on Friday night. And then they all went to the Poconos afterwards. So my buddy drove all these people to the Poconos at 10 o'clock on Friday night and then drove home.
Enjoy your sex.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's the ongoing conversation, and it's Poconos. For you and me, Casey, I think it was a lot of Jersey Shore parties and then parties around here.
Mm-hmm.
I know for a bunch of people in my high school it was Jersey Shore, but for whatever reason, renting a house in the Poconos has become a thing, and it's an issue because, look, there are a lot of arguments to be made for providing a safe place. If kids are going to drink, give them a place to do that, right? Instead of having them be out and about. And I understand that argument. If that argument takes the kids up to the Poconos away from any semblance of where the parents actually are, it starts to get to be a pretty muddled gray area.
It becomes poking holes.
Yeah, poking holes and lots of drinking. And look, I mean, you don't know the cops, you don't know the scene up there. It's a strange world to navigate, and I'm not quite sure what the right answer is.
Well, and a parent's got to sign for that because they can't rent the houses on their own. At least, I mean, when I was a kid, we did go to the Jersey Shore, Nick, and one of the parents signed for the house for us.
Did that parent have, by the way, since I never had any of this, I was never part of the prom experience that much. Did the parent who was renting
go with you? No,
or give the talk you F this up, I'll slit your throats?
I think with their child, but there was 20 of us. We all piled in.
You don't care.
We didn't care what that parent thought.
Oh, we might get him in trouble.
No, you hope that each parent is doing that for their child, and that at some point, maybe it lands on one or two or three of the kids or whatever. But
what I'm kind of struggling with, Casey, is that it's not just one group of kids going to a house in the Poconos. It's a lot of kids that are all going to do similar types of things, and so the more high school kids you have in the same general small area, there's going to be that group that's a bunch of F-ups that are going to make a ton of mistakes. And so, I trust my kid, I trust his friends, but only to a point. They're 18-year-old kids, you know?
Excuse my. So I've been hearing things lately about the lack, or that there is an erosion of the days of the Animal House sort of stuff.
I think that's true.
Okay, so there's been an erosion in that. Doesn't mean those flames can't be fanned when you allow them to go to something like this.
They're still 18, Steve.
Right, yeah.
Right? So, even if it's not keg parties and the Delta House every weekend, it's still a bunch of high school kids that want to get together and have sex and maybe get high or get drunk or whatever. And so, and it's also that delicate balance of all right, I want them to go out and have fun and be high school kids. I also don't want to get the call at 2 a.m. that something's gone terribly wrong or that he's been arrested or both.
It's a weird thing about acknowledging and condoning. Like you don't want to condone, but like you were saying earlier, like we were all in high school at some point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Some of us drank in high school, some of us did not. So we do know that that person's individual decision, comes into play as well. Like my daughter, I know for a fact didn't drink during high school. And even she's in college right now, and I don't think that that's like her path right now.
It's weird.
You don't want to condone, and that's the thing. Like you don't want to condone it.
Yeah.
And I sure as hell don't want to put myself in a situation where I get in trouble for turning a blind eye, which might also look like I'm condoning. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You don't want what they're doing to affect their OnlyFans accounts.
Right.
I was talking, Casey, at Career Day last week at Conestoga with some of the teachers about what are the kids up to these days. And Steve, to answer your question, like they hear fewer stories of what we went through in high school where there were full-blown house parties. But there's still plenty of drinking. You know what a serious issue is? Vaping, because they don't know what they're vaping. They can be vaping pretty much anything that they put in the cartridge or whatever. There's still plenty of kids that are doing weed. And so, it's doing weed.
I was hoping you picked up
doing marijuana pot?
Yeah, they are doing the grass, Casey. And they're doing it hard.
Marijuana pot?
They're doing the marijuana pot.
Are you doing their marijuana?
Are you doing reefer?
Yes.
Yeah. Like a bunch of ne'er-do-wells. Maybe even hooligans.
All this tomfoolery.
I know.
Oh.
A bunch of chuckleheads.
Ballyhoo.
So anyway, all this stuff is floating out there. And it's just again, I trust my kid and I trust his friends, but I don't know how far they're going to take it. And if they're 2 hours away, how much further will they get? Will they think about taking it because they're 2 hours away?
Would you consider borrowing Casey's ghillie suit? And
Oh my God, you could watch them all weekend.
You can protect them is what you're doing.
Right, yeah.
I got him inside.
Is that your dad in a tree?
No.
No.
Quiet, he's eating.
I'm a flying squirrel. They have them up here.
I don't know how, Kathy, they're getting the house because
a parent has to be, right?
Well, it's an Airbnb rental, right? So it's somebody who's over 25 signed off on it.
We don't have a prom thing coming up, but we do have senior week coming up, and we were asked to provide the residents for senior week, and we said, well, if one of us can be there. And then we got the, no. Well, then we gave the, no. No way, you're not wrecking our house.
That is a liability.
So someone, I don't know who, has offered to rent out a place and put it in their name.
Down the shore.
Wow. In Cape May.
Wow.
And somebody's taking that responsibility on. And we're not going to tell our kid, no, you can't go to this. So they're going to go. I don't think anything's going to happen, but from a liability sake, we stepped up and said, no, we're not going to be a part of this, man.
100%.
We have helicopter coverage of it.
And even if it's not some raucous, over-the-top, booze-filled, bodies flying out the window thing, somebody could literally just fall down the stairs, injure themselves, and if we're not there, next thing you know, we're in some kind of legal trouble. So that's my concern.
Somebody could go sliding on the banister and break both wrists, for example.
Oh my God. That was me, by the way. Rick is referring to, for those who don't know.
But here's my point in sharing that, Preston, is that you were an idiot and I was an idiot. Like we were all idiots at a certain age, and we made dumbass mistakes, and somehow, some way got through it. But there are also the horror stories that stick in your brain where like, I don't want my son to be that idiot. I don't want him to hurt himself or, God forbid, hurt somebody else. That's where you get, for me anyway, that's where the struggle is.
God, when I broke my wrist, my parents were in Japan. They were away. They were out of town.
Is that when you changed the message on the?
I did, yeah. Oh, that was all part of the same big trip.
Did you go to the hospital?
I did. Yeah.
And what did your parents say when they found that?
I don't remember. Okay. I blocked it out. If you would like to share in this conversation, feel free to reach out to us. You can text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333, and we will send you today's daily link to get on board if anybody wants to share a part of their experience, because it is prom season right now. And somebody's going to. I remember I went to I had already graduated, but my girlfriend was a senior in high school. She was a year younger than me, and we went to her prom. And after that, because she went to a different school than I did, and somebody's aunt let us have their house after that party. So we ended up using that. And once again, like, I don't know who she was. I just was like, yeah, we got a place to go. All right, great. And we did. We stayed there that night, and some of us got naked. And,
Yeah.
And I remember we actually had to break in. We had to go through the kitchen window because they didn't have a key. And
Was the house destroyed?
no, we didn't. I don't think just maybe the screen got broken or something like that. So
When
we
you
could
climbed through the window?
climb through the window. But no, I don't remember there being any damage or anything like that.
Did you guys ever go to any house parties where there was real extensive damage?
Oh, yeah.
Same.
Yes.
Give us the worst.
Oh, my God. So I wasn't there to see this part happen, but this was just a regular party, okay? And I didn't even know who this person's house was. It was back in the day where you would just gravitate. You would hear word of a party, and you would go and just go in and see if you knew people because you could see where the cars were. But this house, Steve, they had it was a replica of like a 3-masted ship.
Oh, wow.
And it was huge. It had to have been 4 or 5 feet tall, something like that. It was in this big glass case that I kid you not, we're looking, just to give you guys some perspective, it was about not this entire console, but maybe like from here to the end of that console. It was that big, this big thing.
That's spectacular.
And it was in there. And I heard that the party got so out of hand that at some point somebody broke that thing open and took that ship out of there.
Oh, my God.
And was like, walking around with it.
Yo.
And that was the rumor. I would like to find out if that was true or not. But that one I heard was, way out of hand.
Yeah, a friend of mine hosted one of those parties, and it wasn't supposed to be that. It was her parents were away. Actually, her mom was away, and she invited friends over to have a party, and it turned into everybody found out about it. Everyone showed up, and her house got trashed, absolutely destroyed. It was terrible. Like, it's not
like
what she
risky
wanted.
business.
But she didn't want that either. It really was one of those ones where, like, another knock at the door.
Dude, Steve, I remember 2 times at 2 different parties I was at. One was at the Lampros twins' house.
Oh, boy.
Another one was at Ricky Rodriguez's family's land that they had. They were landscapers. Anyway,
you just needed a place.
Those 2 times, police helicopters.
Helicopters.
I mean, the light shining down, the whole thing.
What?
It was
police helicopter.
Yeah. And that was the one at Ricky Rodriguez's was the first gig I ever played. We were the band.
Oh my God.
You're in that helicopter.
You're in that helicopter.
We were the band at that, and we were like, jeez. Get all our stuff out of here. I started packing all my drums up immediately to get the hell out of there, but
Oh, man.
And the St. Louis County Police had a helicopter called the Brown Hornet.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Get to the chopper!
Oh, my
Brown Hornet.
God,
Honest to God, though, like, you don't have anything better to do with your time and money than to chase high school kids in a helicopter?
They were,
Things could degenerate. Yeah. It has happened, but...
All right, we have via Zoom Sam.
No, not via Zoom. It's that Sam.
Oh, our Sam.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to come in here. Okay.
Yeah.
So when he gets in here, he's got a post-prom story that we definitely have to, because I can't read exactly. It says fried.
I think that's supposed to say friend.
When he's coming in, Casey and Preston, have you guys ever been down the shore at your beach houses while seniors have been down there? Have you been down for senior week?
My wife was down there last year.
I don't think so.
What was it like for your wife? Was it obnoxious?
No, because people don't really senior weekend Wildwood Crest.
Okay,
it's more of like a Wildwood thing than
it's a
anything
family.
else. Yeah,
it's more family oriented.
But my daughter, we actually allowed her to use our house because we knew that we could trust her. She was just going to be like Bible study.
Yeah. Nick, I saw a bust on the beach. Like, they were all drinking on the beach. They were out of hand.
Cool.
And the cops came on and took them all away.
Yeah. So now we have Sam. All right, what's up, Sam?
Hi, how's it going, everybody?
Good, buddy. How you doing? All right, so you have is it post-prom?
Yes, so prom weekend, we got a motel down the shore. I'm not a big partier, but one of my friends was, and we had like 3 or 4 different rooms. We were all different in different rooms, and legally we weren't drinking, for legal reasons. But my friend got very sick. Who knows why?
probably ate something.
Yeah. And we didn't know until the next morning. So we all wake up and we go outside to out front of the motel, and there's something leaking through the wall in front of his room, and it was vomit.
Leaking through the wall.
Yeah.
He
That had to be a-
puked I don't understand.
So he was in the corner. So the bed was like near the corner, the wall facing the parking lot.
Yeah.
So he just kind of leaned over and just.
And it leaked
And
out.
yeah, I hosed it down because I'm a hero. Sometimes you gotta step up. Yeah.
Wow.
Nobody ever found out. I mean, the motel didn't find out. We all know though, so we hold that over his head now.
That's great.
And you could puke
Did
through
he
a
get a
wall.
nickname from that or anything?
No, we're just
Okay.
like, hey, remember that time you puked and it leaked through the wall and we had to hose it down?
That's some resilient vomit.
That's a lot of puke.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Sam. Yeah, I don't hear. Every now and then you'll hear about like a social media post about there's going to be a party in this place and it gets out of control, hundreds of kids and destruction and stuff like that. But it doesn't happen as often as I remember hearing about it back in my day.
I've actually heard of people calling the cops on themselves.
I did that.
You did that?
to get out of the party. Yeah, absolutely,
Yep, I did that. There were people that showed up. My parents were out of town. I don't know where they were this time. Why did my parents leave town? Good Lord.
What the hell was going on?
But yeah, I remember a group of people that showed up. I did not know them. They were starting to make me feel uncomfortable. They were like, like getting into our personal stuff in the house. And I'm like, okay, that's it. I'm done. And would try to, all right, everybody, you got to leave. Let's go. You got to get out of here. Everybody leave. Nobody budges. Not one person leaves. But the second you say, cops are here. Boom. They're gone.
Yeah, my buddy literally watched everybody get arrested at a party at his house.
Was he up in a tree?
He was in a tree.
Yeah.
He ran out the back door and climbed up the tree and just watched it all unfold. I mean, he still got in trouble. He just didn't get arrested that night.
Ours was the parents coming home. We had the same house we would go to, and I don't even know, we still laugh about it today because we knew they were coming home. They worked at a restaurant. They owned a restaurant, and when the restaurant would close, they would come home. You'd think by senior year we would know what time they were going to be home. We ran every weekend. Every weekend it was like, Alvinos are home, and we were out the door, and we had to just run every single weekend.
How did they let it happen over and over again?
I think partially, I don't know, but I think partially, not that they didn't care, but if it was under control, it was okay that a few people were there, but it would often get out of control. And like I said, all of us running every single weekend in their backyard.
Or maybe they felt comforted knowing that at least that was the location. And so if it descended, at least it'd be somewhat under control.
By the way, a couple of texts coming in that Nick highlighted are indicating that some Pocono houses will rent to 18-year-olds.
Really?
It says not many, but some will. We told our kids, you get busted drinking, your scholarship that you just got to go into college will likely go away. Make a good choice. And then there were a couple other texts that came in and said that, they will rent to 18-year-olds.
18?
Wow.
So short
like a
answer
real
is
risk.
you must be 18 or older to rent out a property on Airbnb.
What?
I thought they modified that.
Airbnb, I guess, is just a different animal. Because motels, you can't rent cars, all that's, motels, hotels, cars.
Yeah.
So there's exceptions based on local laws and specific Airbnb policies. And then obviously it's up to the owner if they want to rent to somebody that way.
Okay.
If I owned a Pocono house, no way in hell would I ever rent it. Even if it was through an Airbnb or a Vrbo or whatever, there's no way I would ever do that.
Well, but you know what's I feel like sometimes that's what the houses are for. Large groups, maybe not kids, senior week or anything like that, but they're meant for a large group who's coming in to party. I stayed at one once. It was a terrible experience. Actually, it was the only time I ever stayed at an Airbnb. I'm sure there are wonderful ones, but the pictures online looked great. It had great reviews, probably because all of the kids going in were giving it great reviews when they left. But I mean, it was definitely a party house.
Okay. It was, when you got there, it was like,
yeah, it was gross. It was, it just was, doors were broken and whatever.
And I assume that they would be, people that rent out those are prepared to not have it as cleaned up as it should be.
Right.
When, and,
Totally.
And just, they can maybe charge, because you can get an extra charge for not following the guidelines.
Right, yeah.
So maybe they just bank on that.
Well, maybe that's part of the deal. They charge way more than you normally charge, so that you can gain access at the age of 18.
Oh my God, if I was 18, and back in when I was 18, if we had the ability to rent our own place on our own, oh my God.
Remember how hard you had to fight in front of the town council, Preston, to get them to allow that dance at the warehouse?
Yes.
I mean, you really
I had to read Bible scriptures to them for crying out loud and show them.
And you made the point that if we don't trust our kids, how will they ever become trustworthy?
That's right. That's exactly it. Wow. So, all right. Well, that's all happening right now.
Yeah.
The prom season is in full swing.
By the way, Ben's prom is at the National Constitution Center at the end of the month. I was like, man, that's a really nice place for a prom. We had ours at a Holiday Inn somewhere.
Yeah.
You know, it was fine. But
Both had an impact on the country.
Constitution Center, I was like, you guys are classing up the joint.
Ours was at the Adams Mark, which doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, they actually had breathalyzers at ours. When you were walking through, if they thought you were a little.
We got threatened with that, but they didn't
Yeah.
actually have them there.
Us too. And they were laying down the law ahead of time. Marissa, you got something?
Yeah, we had a smaller school, so we had to do a reception line and say hello to the principal, say hello
God.
to all the teachers, as we were walking.
Were they
out
sniffing
of
your
our-
breath as you were coming across?
Yeah, I mean they were like, "Hi, Marissa, how are you doing today?" Do you guys know I had a party? There weren't helicopters. It wasn't as cool as yours, Preston, but I got a letter sent to the whole school
Because of your party?
because of my party.
What did it
That's pretty
say?
epic.
helicopter.
I think it just kind of said
We're aware of the party that happened over the weekend.
there was an incident that was held from a seniors. It was the coolest I've ever felt in my life because I remember these sophomores or juniors showing up and they weren't invited and they were standing on the stairs in my basement and they were like, Can
we come in?
Can we come in? And I
Hey,
was like,
did you save that letter?
I think my parents have it. Because Pierre, we all know that Pierre.
That's what I was going to tell. Pierre has a letter in his bathroom from the principal of the
that's
school.
hilarious.
That a recent party was held by Mr. Robert, and
that's
it's
great.
hilarious.
Well, you guys-
Hang on to stuff like that.
You guys know my family. We just hold on to everything. So I know it exists.
We might have
somewhere.
taken some liberties.
Yeah, we did. All right. All right. Well, good luck with everything.
Yeah.
As we head into prom season, all those who are the warriors with children of that age. But listen, it's an important time for some people, and hopefully they'll have a good time.
Make good choices.
Make good choices. Say that so often.
Like anyone listens.
God. All right, as we take a break, I want to remind you that we do have a new big friggin' deal, and I promise you information, so here it is. You can get a $50 voucher to Broad Street Brewing in Bristol for $25.
Nice.
Broad Street Brewing celebrates Philly's vibrant culture and rich history with expertly crafted beer that pays tribute to the spirit of Philadelphia. This offer is exclusively available while supplies last at WMMR.com/deal. So again, the big friggin' deal is a $50 voucher to Broad Street Brewing in Bristol for $25. So WMMR.com/deals. Get that now. As we take a break, prepare yourself, because when we get back, Rick Springfield will be joining us. We'll be back in a moment.
People lack that thing called intelligence. But they do have other good food there, too. You can go up there and get your steak, and then go up there and get spaghetti and meatballs while you're waiting for it or whatever. Like you said, take a number, get a digital system going.
Yeah,
right.
But to have them in line, Chris, and have you waiting or having you not understanding the timing situation, that's a powder keg.
It is. It can be ridiculous. And then, the grill's only so big, so you might have 100 people in line, but you can only fit 20 steaks on there.
All right.
So when all the 20 steaks are up, and then and then the guy orders well done, and
He kills it.
That's how World War I started.
All right. Thanks, Chris. We appreciate the perspective, man. Thank you.
He does make a good point.
And by the way, I had a scenario not that long ago where it was a stand-in line type of thing. I think we're at the premium outlets. And had ordered something. They weren't ready. It was like an Asian buffet, and they didn't have enough egg rolls done. So I ordered those. Like, okay, we need to make them come back in a second. And I had to do that thing where I had to walk back up and get in front of people at the register. And, they think I'm cutting in line, and I'm actually just going up to get what I had ordered previously. I hate that. It's just a moment of uncomfortableness.
It's like the walk of shame almost.
I hate it.
You should be holding your shoes, Preston, with smeared lipstick on your face.
Right. You're right.
Yeah. And what they should do is have a secondary line that is for people who've already placed their orders and are coming back to pick that up. Just a little bit of tinkering around could have avoided this brawl.
Here's an interesting text. It says, "Hey guys, I'm a wedding photographer, and there was a brawl at a wedding. And at the end of the night, the Philly cops needed to go through my camera to find out who the culprits were.
Oh, that's
because
great.
they all fought and then ran, and they were family. So I guess nobody was giving anybody up.
Right.
No family.
And I don't know how that ended up resolving itself, but they had to use that as evidence to track people down.
I love those places where there'd be no way that you'd imagine there'd be something like a brawl or a physical fight, and you get one.
Hey, let's go to Lou. Good morning, Lou.
Yay! All right.
Lou! How you doing, bud?
Doing better, President. How you guys doing?
Good. Lou had a touch of the Rona.
Oh, did you? Okay,
I had
good.
The coronavirus.
Yeah, you're doing better though, right?
Right. Plus, I got busted ribs, which is always fun.
How
I
did-
took a fall at the Poconos, so
Man,
Oh, poor
Lou.
thing. All right, well,
yeah,
listen.
it's been a crazy month.
But you're doing better. You wanted to tell us this story?
Yeah. So one time I was working out in California. I had a Jack in a Box, and a buddy of mine was working the drive-through. And four guys from San Jose State football team was in the drive-through, and they were busting the kids. They were busting them up, picking on them.
Right.
So when he handed them the food, they threw a shake at him, and the kid said something, and they thought that it was just him. They didn't know that his brothers, me, and a buddy of ours, this big Samoan, was sitting in the other room. So we emptied out into the joint. They came driving around thinking they're going to fight him. And when we emptied out, one kid walked around the end of the car. I opened his face right up with a left hook.
Oh, my God. All right. Right up.
A Jack in the Box
it
brawl.
was a brawl.
You know what? In a way, Lou, you were like an actual Jack in the Box. The door opens
Yeah,
up.
exactly.
Boom. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny. Wow.
That's hilarious.
Was that the end of the brawl, or did everybody get out and start mixing it up?
Oh, no, everybody got started mixing it up. One of the guys went and got a jack out of the car, and he went after the Samoan. Well, the Samoan kid, he took the jack right to the forearm and started pounding this guy.
Oh my God!
He was a tough kid. He was a cook. I seen this kid drink a dozen and a half of raw eggs one time.
Drink a dozen and a half raw eggs?
All of Lou's stews,
Yeah.
all of Lou's stories have like tangential stories.
Yeah.
You know?
That alone would be a hell of a story. So the Samoan, you don't want to piss off the Samoan and Jack in the Box, but you guys, I assume, prevailed and were the victors, right?
Right.
All right, cool.
All right, Lou, good to hear from you, man. Hang in there, bud. Lou?
Did we lose him?
Lou? Oh, there you go.
There we go.
All right, Lou, take care, man. We'll see you later.
All right. Take it easy, guys. Have a good one.
All right, see ya. Oh, my God. Wow. All right, well, this one, this Golden Corral brawl, it made,
National.
It was viral, and how can you not be, stare at that like a deer in headlights, because it's just, you're not used to seeing that type of thing at your Golden Corrals.
Golden Corral, Sizzler. What were the other?
Does Sizzler even exist anymore?
There was a Western Sizzlin', I remember.
Western Sizzlin', yeah, we talked about.
A branch.
Hosses was the one that we went. Yeah, we went to the Hosses in college. That was like Central PA, probably elsewhere as well.
The whole thing was like $6. You go $6. You go. It's that cafeteria style.
Well, Old Country Buffet was one as well, but I don't think they had steak there.
No.
But I worked at a place I told you guys about. It was called York Steakhouse. That was kind of like that
Right.
type of thing where. You just stand in line, you get it, and take it to your table.
And then you head west across the country, and then you get Luby's, and you get Morrison's, and you get other cafes like that. Luby's, yeah.
Okay, is that like Lou B or Luby?
It was Lubys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Luby's. Like
yeah.
Ruby. Yeah. Who's Lou? All right. Well, anyhow, thank you for the stories, and keep it in mind. Be patient when people are ordering steak.
Don't order it well done. You get it sooner.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're going to take a break. Don't forget, Tobias Harris is going to be on the show
Yes.
this morning. We're also going to have mountaineer Nims Persia on the program as well. Climbed the tallest peaks, all 14 of them in record time in the world. And our friends from Primo's are stopping by. In fact, Marissa is arranging the goodies right now, which means we'll have some goodies to give away for you as well. We'll take a break, and we'll come back in a moment. Oh, and it's National Chocolate Day.
What?
Too.
Is it?
Yes, and I think we're going to commemorate that in a moment. I'll explain in a little
National
bit.
Chocolate
Be
Day.
back in a moment. Stay with us.
I don't think you told that correctly. Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. He's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all Zavik.
I would say try Seville, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Or two.
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
They may not be married, but Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. can probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
Right?
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. A suspended Long Island judge pleaded guilty on Friday to sneaking into his neighbor's home and stealing panties from her clothes hamper.
Bad judge.
This is a judge. Robert Sakale pleaded guilty to second-degree attempted burglary. He was detained on March 29, 2018 when he had been knocking on it.
They call me Judge Panties.
After he'd been knocking on a neighbor's door.
I like panties.
Sakale is said to have just left the home on a different neighborhood a different neighbor prior to arriving at the second neighborhood's home.
I'm touching myself under my robe.
The first neighbor was identified as 23-year-old former intern at the Islip Town Attorney's Office.
Islip, yeah.
Islip, where the judge used to work. Now, police found that the judge had several pairs of panties stuffed down his suit jacket.
Oh, my God.
And his raincoat when they apprehended him.
Those are my panties.
Sakale's attorney claimed that his client had changed. He said he has served the people of Suffolk County honorably for the last 26 years.
Except for the panties part.
As a legal aid attorney, town of Islip attorney, and a district court judge. He has dealt with his mental illness.
I also like to poop an oatmeal.
He's also...
What?
I like to poop an oatmeal.
This might be kind of nice to examine a little bit and maybe open this up to you, since you are most likely on the way into work this morning, to let us know something about what you do that everybody needs to know. And to give you an example, there's a lot of good ones on this list, and I'll lead with this one. This is what you and the people that work in your industry understand, but the people who don't work in your industry probably need to know.
I love stuff like this.
This first one is from emergency room workers. It says emergency rooms are not first come, first serve business. We triage you for a reason, and you cannot cut the line in front of somebody with a more serious complaint just because you got here first. And listen, I have been in that situation where you sit in the emergency room for eternity, and you're like, I got here before them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just because his head was cut off?
Right.
Wow.
But you may not know what's going on with that.
You don't know.
And they need to get in there.
We went into it was a CHOP emergency room. It wasn't down in the city. It was actually the one out in King of Prussia, and it was a 3-hour wait. And as we were sitting there, it was when Jace. I think we talked about it. You guys remember? Jace got poison ivy, and it was like spreading on his body. Like, I mean, I was like watching it spread. It was like, everywhere. So we walked in, and they were like, "Okay, it's going to be a 3-hour wait." And then I went back up, and I'm like, his eyes were swollen. I'm like, it's all over. Like, how do we not know it's in his throat? And they were like, okay, come on back. Like, I think the second I thought, like, I mentioned, like, could it affect the breathing or whatever?
Right.
And we went right back. But I remember, like, the poor other kids in the waiting room, like, looking at.
Yes, we've been talking about this for a couple weeks now, the fact that we're having our next guest on. Excited to talk to him. And has some shows coming up this summer in our area. July 11th is going to be a part of the I Want My 80s tour. It's going to be at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino, along with another friend of ours, Mr. John Waite.
Love him.
And Wang Chung and John Cafferty, and then playing in Bethlehem at the Wind Creek Event Center on July 13th. We just played the new single called Lose Myself, and we are very stoked to have joining us, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rick Springfield. Hey, Rick, how you doing, man?
I'm good. It's nice to hear a play on song that isn't Jesse's Girl.
I had my finger on the button. I didn't hit it. But listen, and I want to touch on this new song right off the bat because it's a part of the upcoming Greatest Hits Volume 2 package, from what I understand. Is this the only new piece of music that's going to be on that, or do you have a few other songs that are going to be a part of that as well?
Yeah, there's some other unreleased things on it. It's like the best of the last 20 years. There's a song I did with the Foo Fighters called The Man That Never Was. It has never really been, it was put out on the Sound City soundtrack, but it's never really been heard very much. There's a song with Sammy Hagar I did called Party at the Beach Bar. And there's a new version of Jesse's Girl, believe it or not, because everybody says it's Jesse's Girl on this album. So we had to put it on. But, yeah, there's some very, very cool cuts on it. I'm very excited about the record.
With the song Lose Yourself, now here's the deal. I Lose Myself. I will listen to the song for years. And then one day, a decade later, I'll go, oh, that's what that's about. You know, I mean, like, what is the song "Lose Myself"? What did you write this about?
Well, if it's about getting involved with somebody that where you throw everything away, and you know it's the worst thing you could possibly do, but you can't help yourself. It's the obsession song, and if you've had it in your life, then I'm sorry.
Well,
it's
part of your growth.
It's sort of it's the best of it's the best of both worlds and can be. I mean, if you can lose yourself to someone who becomes that person, that's great. If you lose yourself to someone who's destructive, But I love the tone of it. It's funny because the way it was presented, Rick, we had our program director. We're an active rock station, and we play, some of the older stuff and new stuff, and been that way since the station's, inception, basically. But our program director, Chuck D'Amico, came to a number of the guys on the show and said, I want you to hear this song. I want you to hear this song. And it became the big buzz thing. Who is this? And then when they told it was you, everyone was like, oh, like awesome. Like he's cranking out stuff that's still vital and still works on this format. Is that sort of a feather in your cap that, rock station like MMR and I think some others, I hope some others are playing the song as well because it still works, still speaks to the format?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as I get older, I think I get better at my craft. I'm hoping I do. If I don't, then I probably should be stopping. But I love writing. I love recording, and I have more to say than obviously. Like I said, as I get older, you got more to talk about.
Right.
So it's I'm a guitar player, and I always have been, and most of my stuff is guitar based, and it fits this type, your type of radio. Initially, back in the 80s, they were playing me, and then they found out I was on a soap opera, and they dropped it. So it took me a while to kind of get some credibility that, I'm a musician rather than just an actor that, got lucky with a song.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that clearly when that happened with you because you were really battling against that stereotype because there were actors who took the shot at, singing or performing and they really had to try to, break into that world. You were the other way around. You started off as a musician and then found your way into acting. So that had been a disappointing thing to go up against.
Yeah, it was. It was very a drag because I started playing when I was 13, and I came over to America from Australia when I was 22 to pursue music, and I just kind of fell into the acting thing. But I mean, I love acting now. I mean, I've done some real interesting things. I did the Meryl Streep movie, and I've done True Detective and American Horror Stories and Californication, and some things that I can really expand on, but the initial thing, with it coming out of a soap, I get it. I mean, I totally get it. It was a dumb move to think that I could, go, yeah, I'm a musician, but I'm on this dopey soap opera too. It was a challenge. It's been a challenge, but I love to write. Like I said, I love to play, and when people come to the show, like the summer show, they're always blown away. So I'd rather have that than be disappointed.
No, and really, you got to do what you have to do, and you kind of let life handle, move things along for you. But you, in Australia, and I didn't, really realize this, but you were, you did a documentary, or you worked on a documentary, or a part of one about Bon Scott, who apparently was a contemporary of yours, and you guys had competing bands, and you were in that realm. And then you brought up the name. I was reading an interview with you, Rick, and this is a guy I'd never heard of, Hank Marvin. Is that correct? Is that the guy's name?
That's the guy.
And he's like revered by so many musicians. Explain who he is and explain his legend.
Well, I moved to England when I was a kid. I was about 10 years old and moved to England. And there was this band called The Shadows, and it was the first, Hank Marvin was the first English guitar hero. Before it had all been American. And you asked Jimmy Page, you asked Eric Clapton, you asked Brian May, you asked any of those guys who inspired them to play guitar, who really kind of said, oh, I can do this. It was Hank Marvin. I mean, Eric Clapton stopped a concert one time when Hank Marvin walked in and said, I want you guys to acknowledge this man. He was the first guy with a Fender, because we couldn't get Fenders or Gibsons outside of America. They were too expensive back. This is like the 50s and the 60s. And Hank was the guy that we all looked up to, said, well, if he can do it, he's English. If he can do it, then we can. It's not just an American thing. And he's still revered. I mean, I bet he's not known in America hardly, which is a shame, but he's brilliant player.
Rick, I wanted you'd mentioned Dave Grohl's name earlier. Dave has become the ultimate rock and roll ambassador in my mind. And one of the things that I thought was so cool is when that Sound City documentary came out, and he is setting up your appearance on it. And I'll paraphrase. He says, I called everybody in my phone book, and I told him, who's coming by today? Rick effing Springfield. And did your level of cred shoot way up when a guy like that gives you that shining of an endorsement to a younger audience that maybe only know you from Jesse's Girl?
Yeah, I'm sure it has some bleed over. I was just excited to be involved in the project, and certainly getting involved with other people. I mean, even doing something like Californication, I started getting high fives from all these college kids on the road.
Yeah,
so it's just a different group of people that you're introduced to through this. I mean, through Sammy Hagar, I have a rum company with Sammy, and we've done some shows together, and I've known him since the 80s. You cross over on a lot of different different audiences because of the link, and I think that's a great thing, and I'm very happy to be involved in it always.
I have to ask, and I'm dying to ask right now. Behind you, you have an awesome model of the Nautilus from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. It's spectacular. I know you collect things. Are you a genre collector like that? Because it appears to be. I don't know what's on your wall, but it looks like ray guns of some sort.
Ray guns, yeah. They're ray guns.
Yeah.
It's. I'm a big steampunk fan. I think my studio probably has. This is my studio. Probably has more steampunk stuff in it than the rest of my house. But yeah, I love. I am a collector. I have a lot of interesting collections, and that was actually the artist's proof of the Nautilus.
It's amazing. It's spectacular.
Brilliant.
Rumor has it, confirm or deny, that you have some pieces of the Titanic in your collection.
I do.
Wow. Wow. How did you come by that?
Just keep my eyes open. Like I said, I'm a collector, and I know being a collector, I know a lot of people in the different genres, and I get contacted or I contact them. I have some amazing collections. Some of it I can't really talk about it, but it's some pretty wild stuff.
Okay, we won't press you on that.
Freak musicians out.
Yeah.
Rick, we've referenced Jesse's Girl a couple times during this conversation. You have lived with that song more than any of us have. It's your baby. You wrote it. You've performed it a gazillion times. And I'm sure like any musician or artist, at some point you might fade in and out of love with a song like that because it's so successful. You're expected to play it every time. People hear it. When you're introed onto an interview, it's played. But it's got to be the gift that keeps on giving. This little thing that you created out of thin air is still just as strong as it ever was and expected. And, I mean, it's just got to be a little piece of magic in your life.
Yeah, it is. It's really like Dave Grohl said that before his life is before Nevermind and after Nevermind, and it's that thing that changes you, and it is a gift because it really comes out of nowhere. I mean, I've been struggling for 10 years and written, I thought, some good songs and had a couple of good albums out, and suddenly this one song, it was the DJs of America that picked it too, by the way. It wasn't the record company. That was back when, when, like you guys, when you're playing stuff because you like the song. It doesn't happen a lot on radio, hardly ever anymore. But back in the 80s, they started playing it because they liked the song, and they got phones, and they said, the record company, you should release it as a single. And the record company went, duh, okay.
Were you initially like, oh, that one? That's the one that they really like?
I thought there was, when the Working Class Dog came out, radio stations started playing a couple of the songs. They started playing a song called Everybody's Girl, Light of Love, and there were some very pop, similar songs to Jesse's Girl on there, and I thought there were better songs than Jesse's Girl. But, history is what it is, and I'm very happy with that they picked Jesse's Girl because it seems to have grown legs beyond what I did, Well,
listen, it's a blessing, obviously. Your catalog is that much fuller. But now that we have you, might as well ask, because I always hear stories bandied back and forth. Was the original title Randy's Girl, and was it in fact Gary, whose girl it was.
Well, the original guy was Gary. His real name was Gary, but to all the Garys out there, it didn't really work in the song. Sorry. So I tried Randy for some freaking reason. I thought Randy would really work, and I actually have the original lyrics that I wrote as I wrote them out, and I have Randy's girl, and I have it all crossed out like that, and Jesse's girl written underneath it. So I finally came up with the right name.
I wanted to ask you. You were talking about how acting, and you're successful in acting, obviously. And you listed off some of the things you've done, and we've loved you and all that stuff. And you were just in General Hospital and a phenomenon. You've been candid about your depression in the past, and you talk about really struggling to get the music and so on and so forth, and then the coin is completely flipped, and now you're just getting tons of adulation and recognition, and that presents a whole new issue of how that's processed. Do you remember that point was there one epiphany where it occurred to you that, oh my God, anonymity is out of has left the barn at this point?
Yeah, it's very weird. I've been trying for a long time, and when it finally hit, it was like, oh, geez, it took you long enough. It wasn't like, really, it wasn't like, oh my God, this is so great.
Yeah.
I knew I'd envisioned, I'm a big visualizer, and I envisioned it so many times that I knew what it was going to be like almost. And it was, it is like that. But the hardest thing for me was learn to trust people, because you get a lot of people coming in trying to snake you, and win you over and get a piece of it, and that was the hardest thing for me. I still have a trust issues because of that.
It's got to be, because you have a lot of people who are, the classic hangers-on and so on and so forth. Let me ask you something that's totally detached from this, but you have a unique style of playing the guitar, and I remember in Hard to Hold, you have this real sort of Townsend sort of strum that you do. Was that something that you made the conscious effort to do, or did it just come naturally to you as a guitar player?
No, I just moved naturally on stage. Pete is obviously was one of my big role models as a guitar player. I saw them in Australia in 1966. We've got a lot of. I saw the Beatles in '64 too, but I saw the Who in '66, and Pete Townsend I was going into my favorite guitar store the next day, and Pete Townsend was walking out, and I still see that I was little. I was like 15, and he was taller than me back then.
Wow!
So it's those kind of moments that you remember. But I've always been a big Pete fan. I took the windmill a little further with the Roses. I smack Roses.
Very cool.
Rick, you mentioned the Beatles. There's that great documentary from Ron Howard, 8 Days a Week. I don't know if you had a chance to see that or not, but it covered their touring years. And it showed them when they went to Australia, and what a big, big deal that was. I mean, at that time, they were just venturing into lands they had never been before. So you went to that first, touchstone event for them. What was that like? Could you even hear anything? Was it that loud, like we've seen the old videos?
No, you could. I could recognize every song. It was amazing, and it was the one when Ringo was sick, and I was saying, "Oh, this is the show I want to see him. I hope Ringo comes back." And he came back on that show, and it's the most documented performance of all their 60 stuff they filmed. It was the biggest crowd they'd ever had outside the hotels in Melbourne. And
wow!
There's a whole new version of that show that I saw. And I keep looking at myself in the audience, but I don't see myself. I was 14, and all the Aussie bands that opened for them it was still the 50s to them. They had the bouffant hair and the leather suits and all this. Suddenly the Beatles walked on stage, and they looked like they'd come from another planet. They had these guitars I'd never seen. They had these Cuban heel boots. They had the hair and the suits. And then they started to sing, and it was... I was 14, and my mouth opened up, and I screamed like a girl through the whole 20-minute show. It was just insane.
Did you eventually get to meet them as you made your own way in your music career?
Yeah, I did, and I met Paul a couple of times, and I met Ringo, and I was actually I used to live on La Brea Avenue, which was down from the studio that John Lennon did the whole Lost Weekend thing. A&M Studios. And I was going to dinner one night, taking myself to dinner one night, and standing on La Brea and Hawthorne, ways to live, and this Rolls Royce drove by, and it was Lennon sitting in the passenger seat with his cloth cap and his his glasses on, and he was obviously going down to A&M because that was the direction the car was headed.
So the funny thing is, and I've heard this, and McCartney recently addressed it, he said at that point in time when they were performing those concerts, they would last about 20 minutes. Like they were like super short.
No, it was 20 minutes, and we were all totally excited. There was 5 acts on before them. I still have my program from it, and it's an amazing thing.
Wow.
I mean, those kind of moments, like I met Elvis on a plane once, too, and I wasn't a fan back then, but I am now. But you think back on those moments, and you go, wow, that was kind of like meeting Jesus. It was, It's pretty amazing.
It's got to be tough to take it in at the moment and realize the weight of that. Speaking of short sets, you had a chance to play Live Aid. Rick, which were you in Philadelphia or in London?
We were in Philadelphia.
Okay, and our friends, the Hooters, played that day as well. We always ask them. They still live here locally, so we have those guys by all the time. So we always ask them.
Lovely guys. We toured with them. They're lovely.
We always ask them about their set at Live Aid, and they were like, it was over in a flash. What do you remember about that day?
Yeah, it was pretty. I was kind of nervous. Everybody, there was everyone around, and my agent at the time was dealing with Eric Clapton, and he came over and said, "Eric would like to meet you," and I said, "I can't, dude. I'm about to go on." So I've blown off some pretty big people.
Yeah.
And I didn't even. I mean, the show's what Jesse's Girl was. I didn't even play Jesse's Girl. I think we did the new single. I did Human Touch and Affair of the Heart and a couple of other things.
Yes.
And it was I mean, I was on the front cover of the paper the next morning because I got right into the audience and had a great shot of me with the audience. It was an amazing experience, but it did go by fast, and I was in and out like everybody was because everybody was on tour, and you came in unless you were part of the whole organizing thing, or you were staying to do a bunch of things with other people. But I remember Run DMC were on first, and I'm standing backstage and going, what the hell is this? Guys with a friggin' turntable. I said, this will never work.
There you go. That prognostication. I wanted to ask you because
I was wrong.
It's a little wrong. I thought this was hilarious. Apparently, throughout your life, and this explained something to me once I finally learned this, you've loved the notion of animals and pets and dogs specifically in human clothes, hence the cover of Working Class Dog, right?
Yeah. It's a weird thing.
It just cracks you up?
Well, it's weird. Little things come and bleed into your life in weird ways. I had a manager that brought me over to America, and I'd watch his dog, and I'd dress he had an Irish setter, and I'd dress him up in my clothes and take photos of him and laugh my ass off through the whole night. And then when it came to have this album, I had a dog that I love very much, and I said, I want my dog on the cover.
Well, if I remember correctly, when you did that, and I've forgotten what breed of dog that was, it became it became very, very popular right after you had him on the cover, right?
Yeah, and they found Spuds McKenzie after Working Class Dog.
Yeah,
which they people say, "Oh, you got the idea from Spud McKenzie." I said, "No, Ron, my dog was first, dude." And I used to call. I think someone knew me because I used to call my dog Spud.
Oh,
it was one of his nicknames, and I think someone somewhere at an ad agency must have heard that on a TV or radio or something.
I think you're owed money. I was reading stories about you recounting your childhood. You didn't have a TV. You guys you had sort of a musical family, or at least had like post dinner musical sessions. Describe what that was like.
Well, I lived in Australia, and we didn't have. We lived out in the country. My dad was in the army, but the bases were out. They weren't like army bases here. They just like take towns over, and put people in the houses, and we didn't have TV. And so after dinner, we had a player piano, one of the pump ones, and I should have that actually in my house now. This same piano.
Oh, cool.
And we gather around it and put the player rolls on and sing, Roger and Hammerstein and Sorry with the Fringe on Top and all this stuff. And that's what we do for entertainment instead of watching TV. And it was great because my dad could really sing, and I started to get into music because of that.
I wanted to ask a question about songwriting, Rick. I want to go back to Lose Myself. If you're just tuning in, we're talking to Rick Springfield, and we've been playing his latest single. It's called Lose Myself, and you'll find that on Greatest Hits Volume 2 package. The hook to that song is the woo thing. You just get stuck in your head. You can't stop singing that. And I'm curious about like woo-woos and things like that in songs because they're non-verbal to an extent in that they're not words. And I'm curious, and you'll hear it all throughout music. Like I'll give you an example, like the classic, "The Boxer," from Simon and Garfunkel. It's
La, la, la,
one of the greatest songs ever written. But the la 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 la, and I'm wondering if are these little placeholders that you put in place for the time being until words hit you, and then maybe you go, well, it kind of sounds good the way it is, and you stick with the woo woo woos.
Well, lose myself is kind of part of lose, the word lose, but it does extend and it does become a bit of
So you're saying lose. It's still a new song on his side, so I didn't hear lose.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, now I get it. Thank God we have him on today. Yeah.
But you can use things like that in songwriting as tools,
I've done
right?
that. I've done that. There's a song off, a couple of songs actually off the last album, Automatic, that have hey yahs in them. There was a song we do live from the Snake King called Voodoo House. It has a big hey yah chorus that everybody joins in, and it's a kind of it's group therapy in a live situation. I mean, singing together, it lifts something in your heart. It's been proven that it does something to your brain, and it's amazing. It's a way to connect. That's what hymns are all about in church, is singing in unison, singing together, and so it's a great way to kind of get people to sing along. And I don't know, when it pops into your head, I don't know where songs come from to begin with. So it's just one of those things that happens if you're open to it.
I have to ask this question. In which room of the house you're currently in, is there a picture of you painted of you 150 years old? And Howie, because you are defying. We're looking at you now. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this guy has not. This is absolutely the portrait of Dorian Gray here.
Unreal.
It's here somewhere, but I don't know.
We're not allowed to look at it.
Not allowed to look.
Yeah.
All right, give us, if you were to guess at one lifestyle habit that could result in the kind of age-defying face you have right now, what can we do? Be born of your parents? Is that the only way?
No, it's part genetic. I mean, I've always watched what I eat. I've always been very careful what I eat. I've always worked out. And I listen to the doctors, I have, it's hilarious. As I get older, my doctor list in my phone gets longer and longer and longer. But as now, it's not preventative. Now it's not, we need to fix this. Now it's preventative, getting in there first. I mean, they wanted to have me on one of the New York morning shows because I've been doing the pre-nouveau scans. And there's a lot of talk about that, the whole body scans where you find out really what's going on inside.
Right.
You can be unpleasantly surprised, but it's over a course of years, you can track what's happening to your body and all that kind of stuff. I've always been very into that. My dad died early from not paying attention to that stuff, and it was a lesson I learned from my great dad to stay healthy, try and stay healthy.
Do you have any grandkids?
Well, as a matter of fact, we have one coming up. Yes.
Oh, this is brand new news.
Yes, it is. It's actually no one really knows, but yes.
Breaking news! Breaking news right here on the Preston Show.
Breaking news.
Well, impending congratulations.
Wow, when is that going to happen?
July, and it's going to be a daughter and a granddaughter, and I'm thinking, maybe sir or your eminence rather than grand.
As the name. Do me a favor, though, Rick. I mean, sure, she's going to be a wonderful little bundle of joy, but keep her away from that Nautilus submarine because it's too perfect.
Dude, none of the little kids ever touch my toys.
Rick, is it okay if I ask you one more question about Jesse's Girl?
Yeah.
Okay. How many people, that song came out in 1980, how many people learned the word moot because of your song? Because the point is probably moot. That's how I learned what that word meant. And have you heard that many, many times over the years?
I have actually. People said, yeah, the song sent us to the dictionary as kids. So, and it's very weird because it's still not understood. I've seen a couple of karaoke versions, and they spell it M-U-T-E.
Yeah, because they want to rhyme it with cute, artistic license allows you to rhyme it with cute, but maybe the karaoke machine shouldn't do it that way.
The karaoke machine gets it wrong. It's M-O-O-T, meaning it's beside the point. It's irrelevant.
I wanted to ask you, being with John Waite, and we're friends with John Waite. He's a terrific guy, and as always, just amazing. And then the other acts on the bill. This is we're in a point now, obviously, and we've seen it happen. We've been on the air for 27 some odd years, and you start to see people as their careers move along. They hit that sweet spot where, like for example, aspects of your capabilities become revelations to people who've always been fans, but now have the access to this information. Do you feel, I don't want to say you have a long and wonderful career, but is this like on a particular high note for you right now where you are?
Well, I don't know. I consider high notes to be kind of new projects and stuff. Like getting the movie with Meryl Streep. That was a high point, with Jonathan Demme directing, who directed
Silence of the Lambs.
It wasn't a real successful movie, but it was a great experience. Certainly having a new record out is a high point. And a tour like this, it's getting a lot of attention, which is great. It's me, John Waite, who I love, and been friends with John for quite a while. Wang Chung, who I was a fan of in the 80s, loved their first album, which actually wasn't even a hit over here. It's my favorite album. It's amazing. And Paul Young, who I brought his bass player over from England because I loved the sound of his first record, Pino Palladino, and played on one of my albums.
Wang Chung did, and a lot of people don't realize, I think it's one of the greatest soundtrack albums of all time, To Live and Die in L.A. Just the regular musical stuff throughout that is terrific. So, do you is a part of the thrill of being on a show on this tour like this is just reconnecting with other bands you've been friends with and having that sort of familial capability?
It's not really reconnecting. It's almost like connecting to begin with, because when you're young, in the 80s, it was all like, yeah, man, you're seeing backstage, you go, yeah, you're okay,
Yeah.
I don't want to get to know you because, I'm cooler than you are, or maybe I'm afraid I'm not as cool as you are, or whatever, it's insecure shit that now, I love to meet everybody, I never did as good. I was worried about myself. I was worried about my position. I was worried about who they were. You get a lot of stupid things that fall by the wayside once you get past that.
Yeah.
And John, great. We got very, 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 very drunk one night, and I ended up breaking a rib. Fell over, and it was awful. But we had a lot of fun together, and we've been friends ever since that. And Paul Young is a lovely guy. We've played with him before. He's John Cafferty I just met, and Wang Chung I have not met yet. So hopefully I will have a good report on that they are good guys too.
We hope as well.
Interesting thing, you mentioned about the competition in the earlier days, and I read Sammy Hagar's biography, and I also read Alex Van Halen's. You've mentioned Sammy a couple of times, and obviously you guys have had a long time connection. But he wrote many times back in the earlier days about how there were like feuds with bands, and in those formative days, and you see it in the hip hop community now a little bit, but it seems that it's not the same as it used to be.
No, it's a young thing, honestly.
I guess.
To be honest, it's a young thing. I remember reading a thing from that I was in Palm Springs, and it was like in the 80s. I'm reading this article that Sammy did about what crap REO Speedwagon are, and now him and Kevin are close friends. It's kind of very. You do that stuff. But the hip hop thing, that's kind of become a cliche to have. You got to have a nemesis. So
But
that's again, it's a young thing. I think. you see Ice-T and those guys, they're not slamming anybody anymore.
Yeah, right. I guess you're right.
They're doing commercials for the lending tree. Yeah.
Yeah, an actual iced tea.
Actual iced tea. Yeah.
This
The
is true.
mellowness of age, is what it is.
Well, listen, man, we're delighted with this new song. MMR is really happy to be playing this. We love it. Every time it comes on, we're all kind of looking at each other, singing along. We're singing along to it. It's such a great hook, man. And we're happy that you're going to be coming in the area. I just want to reiterate that Rick will be in town, like we said, with the I Want My 80s tour, Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City on July 11th. And then the Wind Creek Event Center in Bethlehem on July 13th as well. So, but it's just great to talk to you, and we're happy that you're still cranking out great songs, man. So good on you, bud. We appreciate the all the music and all the positive vibes.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it, guys.
All right, take care of yourself, gang. It's Rick Springfield on the show, and we'll play this. He thought he was going to get away scot-free without hearing this.
Well, now that he's sort of given the sign off on it, yeah.
So you know what's interesting?
Listen, a great song is a great song.
A great song is a great song. Absolutely. Oh wait,
He's still listening.
sorry, Rick. We had to play a little bit of Jesse's Girl. There.
That's okay. I'm fine with it.
All right, we'll see you, man. But I mean, like my 18-year-old sings along with this song. Of course. You know, I mean, it's
a great song.
Yeah.
Yep.
Come on.
Randy's girl.
Randy's girl. Gary's girl. Oh, Gary. All right, well, listen, I think we ought to take a break. We'll be back in a second. We got some bizarre file stories, so stick around. We'll return with that in just a moment.
I'm like, they're probably like these freaking people. Like,
Right.
they went right back, but she's like, we have to check them to make
Should have
sure
walked
that
out and
it's...
said, say it's affecting your breathing.
Yeah. Say it's affecting your breathing.
So feel free to call and let us know. Here's another example. An airport worker, and this says, yes, your flight is in fact delayed due to weather. Yes, I also understand it's a gorgeous day here and at your destination airport. What you don't understand is that the airplane is coming from New York, and they had weather there. So, while it might seem like, why isn't this? Come on, there's a reason for it. By the way, 215-263 WMMR, the number.
I also want the things we're told that aren't necessarily true. The way they manage, the way they manage and meet our expectations.
What about when Marissa and I flew back from Chicago and they were like,
oh, right.
we don't know where your pilot is.
Yes.
Oh,
shouldn't you at least have a general idea? Is he in the States? Yeah.
If you need us, we'll be at the bar.
And that's where you find the pilot.
Here's another one from a photographer. It says, no, I can't grab your iPhone and take a picture to match my best studio works, even if it's the most recent model of an iPhone. Also, yes, I do charge money just to take a picture.
That's great.
There was, here's Nick. This will speak to you and Andrea because she's an artist, your girlfriend. This one, and I sent you a chain of emails from people who are trying to get free stuff from artists. It says, this one says, pencils are expensive. Prints are expensive. Proper paper is expensive, and it takes a lot of time to do a painting. So no, I can't give it to you for free for exposure. Yeah. Because that's thing people beg artists, look, I'll post it on social media. I'll plug this, and so on and so on. And artists want free stuff from artists all the time.
Artists of all types too. I mean, musicians, painters, sculptors, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's like, we'll put it out there. We'll give you exposure, and that's enough to pay you. Well, no, I need to get paid for my time and my work.
There's one time where that will hold water when they don't pay halftime performers at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Because, you're legitimately getting exposure.
If you're Snoop Dogg, it's cool.
All right, let me get some calls here. I'm going to go to Janet, who is an ER nurse. Hi, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Wonderful. Janet, what is it that people need to know about your line of work?
Just because they come in on a stretcher with an ambulance does not mean that they're automatically going to get a bed in the emergency room. They may still go out in the waiting room.
Okay. There were a couple of texts that came in saying that just because you take an ambulance doesn't mean that you're going to be seen before everyone else.
I think I would assume that if I came in, that they transported me in an ambulance, that they were going to get me right in.
Yeah. We've had patients that leave, go across the street, call an ambulance, and come in
because they think
get a bed in the back.
Wow.
They've been waiting in the waiting
my
room and will
gosh.
recognize the name and be that. No, doesn't happen like that. You go to the bottom of the list, back out in the waiting room you go.
Wow.
So Janet, if to Kathy's point, if someone were to say, "I think I'm having breathing problems," I mean, not that we're trying to have you betray the confidences, but would that accelerate their consideration?
It may, but
All
they also are triaged by a qualified nurse that is going to be able to decipher most times whether they're really having breathing problems
Right.
or they're faking it.
All right, Janet. Well, if you guys ever need help, I'm pretty good with the trach. And if you guys ever get
And you
backed
don't
up,
want to pretend that you have some kind of a symptom that you don't really have. It's just going to head you down a path.
I had them laugh in my face.
Surprise.
Yeah, when
I know.
I talked about
Appreciate it.
pregnancy pains, Preston.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Hang on a second. Let me go to, I have Mike, who is a police officer. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up, man?
So we've all seen a police officer pull up to a light, a traffic light, without his lights on, turn his lights on, go through, turn his lights back off. And everybody assumes they're just abusing their power, driving through the light to get through the light. That's absolutely not true. That 100% of the time they're responding to a medium priority call.
Okay.
Where they don't need their lights for the entire response, but they don't have, the time to wait at the traffic lights.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And by
what-
the way,
medium
and speaking of that,
priority,
a
yeah.
police officer is sitting in their car all day long.
Yeah.
Why would they pull up to a light and go, man, I got to get through this light right now? Come on!
Yeah. What's medium priority, officer?
Things like maybe domestic that's not in progress, a fight not in progress, or something like that, a verbal altercation,
Right.
things like that.
What about like a security alarm?
Those are most of the time are reduced speed calls where we don't use our lights. We get hundreds of those a week.
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah.
How often do you get the question of, do you have a quota for writing speeding tickets?
Every day.
And do you have a quota?
That's absolutely illegal.
Right.
All right.
Quota.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man. Take care. Thanks for the call.
That's a good one. I mean, we've all seen it, and I'm like, well, where's that cop going?
Right, yeah. What's that? Well, I want one of those.
Probably going someplace to write up quota tickets.
Here is a text says, teachers work on average between 45 and 60 hours a week, depending on their position, but do not get paid overtime. We also don't get paid to not work over the summer. We get paid for 10 months, or we can choose to spread that out over 12 months, resulting in smaller but more frequent paychecks.
So how does that work? So they get one flat fee, and they can opt to take that summer break, or they can just get a continuous check at a lower rate of pay.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if your salary, let's just say, is $60,000, you can choose to get that paid over 10 months.
Or 12 months.
Or 12 months.
Can you choose to get it paid over 1 week?
All right, let me go to some other callers with your industry. This is what people in your industry know, but people who are not in your industry, you feel should know. I'm going to go to Chris, who is a mover. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's going on?
Yo, bud. Want to hear your story. What's up, bud?
Yeah, so being in the moving industry, every customer always assumes that they can see and know what fits through what doors and what walls.
Okay.
And pretty much every time I'm forced to carry whatever object up, and it never fits.
So everyone, and I think you're probably right, because I end up being sort of the furniture mule for a lot of friends, moving stuff, and you're exactly right. And you over time, you build up a knowledge of, I can see this, I can see that, it's not going to work, but everyone still thinks, hey, at least give it a try, right?
Yeah, I guess.
No matter what it does to your back or whatever, just go for it.
All right, Chris. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Guys.
That's a hard-working gig right
Absolutely,
there,
man.
I will go next to Jake. Hey, Jake, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. Jake here says you're a music therapist.
Yes. So, I mean, honestly, I feel like a lot of people probably don't even know that that's a career.
Yeah.
The people that do sometimes assume that, like, oh, you make a playlist and put it on an iPod. That's pretty cool. No, that's not at all what I do. No, I go in with my guitar, or I got a piano. I work mainly now with children, and I'm working on communication goals. So it's a very real career that a lot of people probably just don't even know about.
Yep.
Wanted to give a little plug to it.
So do you? So we have a friend of the show, He and his daughters, Michael and his daughters, Emma, and she's using music as therapy, and it seems to be yielding incredible results. Do you find that, Jake?
Absolutely. The kids I work with now just absolutely come alive. Like some of these kids can't really talk or communicate otherwise, and music provides them with a way to express themselves and just have a great time and socialize with their friends, all that good stuff.
So we've often heard it said, and I've seen it in practice, where people who have a stutter, if they sing or if they use music, can get over that. Is there a similar process? Does that work as well with people on the spectrum?
Absolutely. It's like a way of kind of using meter to like regulate speech and all that kind of good stuff. It's just it's really, really cool. And my
awesome.
Girlfriend's actually my girlfriend's a speech therapist, so we love to trade tricks back and forth.
Oh, very cool. Well, you do good work. You do noble work.
All right. Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it. All right. So
Thanks,
these are
guys.
things you think people should know about your industry. I like this one. This says, I work in biomedical research. The most frustrating thing is that people seem to think that there's one cure for cancer and that the government or big pharma are hiding it. That is such an ignorant statement. Cancer is a collection of hundreds of diseases. Do you really think it is possible to have one cure for hundreds of diseases?
Do you know people who think that?
Why can't they find a cure for cancer? I mean, that's a standard phrase.
We also know
it goes on to say, hang on a second, Casey. It says, I work in biomedical. Oh, that's the same thing over and over. All right, go ahead, Casey.
So I was going to say, obviously we know that big pharma makes big money, and that
there's some issues there.
But my brother is a chemist, and there is also a lot of wasted money, right? So my brother was researching and trying to come up with literally a cure for cancer, and they would spend months, if not years, on reactions, and then they would get to that final testing stage, and it turns out it didn't work. And everything that they did is scrapped, and they have to start from square one. And that is happening every day, all over the country. And so there's a lot of wasted money. And I don't want to say wasted money, but there's a lot of wasted
you also
research.
have office parties and things that they require a lot too, like pizza parties. Yeah. No. A cure for a cancer, right? A type of cancer. Yes.
And have they cured cancers along the way? Are there ones that used to exist but don't any longer that they have cures for?
Like Dr. Mike says, we're living in amazing times right now.
So they do?
Treatment. Well, I mean, like he says, and Michael say, no one need ever die of thyroid cancer. No one need ever die of prostate cancer.
Right.
And a lot of that is also early detection.
I'm going to go next to Jesus, a truck driver. Jesus, good morning.
Oh, my goodness, I love that.
What's up, man?
All right. As a truck driver, there's two things.
Yeah.
These cars, they tend to switch lanes without signaling in front of you and braking. We haul 80,000 pounds. We cannot stop.
Yes.
On the dot. And there were countless times that I almost hit other cars because of situations like that.
Jesus, in a fully loaded truck, how long does it take you to come to a full stop if you're traveling at 40 miles an hour?
For 45, I'm going to say 55 miles an hour, like on a turnpike, for example, where there's hardly any vehicles.
Right.
Half a football field.
Wow. Some people don't realize that. Yeah.
Also, I feel like I get nervous with truck drivers. I'm like, I'm so sorry. Excuse me, can I get over?
So we all know trucks don't have that acceleration that cars do. But what you might not be thinking about is the stopping ability.
Right.
So that's what Jesus wants people to know.
Exactly.
They can't.
And that's one more thing. The right side of the cab.
All right, thank you, Captain Case. Let's switch these. We'll do the bizarre file first, and then we will get into the 20 money as we have a little bit of time. But while he's getting that set, I want to remind you we have a new big friggin' deal. I mentioned this earlier this morning. You can get a $50 voucher to Broad Street Brewing in Bristol for $25.
Cool.
And Broad Street Brewing celebrates Philly's vibrant culture of rich history with expertly crafted beer that pays tribute to the spirit of Philadelphia. So you can get the exclusive deal while the supplies last. It's at WMMR.com/deals. And again, it's a $50 voucher to Broad Street Brewing in Bristol for just $25. And that's usually the way that the big friggin' deal where it's usually half off pretty much anything that we throw up there. So make sure that you are paying attention and checking back regularly. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, you can trust the pros at Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop. Located in King of Prussia, you can go to proteamcollision.com. Well, a Florida man's thirst for lemonade turned into a criminal charge after he allegedly assaulted a woman when denied a free refill at a children's lemonade stand.
Oh, my God.
According to Clearwater Police, 45-year-old Stephen Cusimano was walking through a neighborhood Tuesday when he spotted a lemonade stand operated by several children and one adult victim. Cusimano purchased a glass of lemonade but became irate when he was refused a free refill.
You gotta be kidding me!
Instead of walking away, police say Cusimano aggressively grabbed the female victim by the wrist, adopted a fighting stance, and threatened to, quote, beat her up.
I need to know the recipe for this lemonade.
After the altercation, he fled the scene on foot but was quickly tracked down by law enforcement. During questioning, Cusimano reportedly admitted to the incident, but claimed his actions were justified because the victim was, quote, talking S to him.
The adult or the kid?
No, the adult.
Okay.
His arrest report indicates a lengthy criminal past, including multiple battery convictions, as well as charges for trespassing, drug possession, disorderly conduct, and assault with a deadly weapon.
I think these days it would probably help to have a bouncer at your lemonade stand.
Due to his prior offenses, the battery charge against him was elevated to a felony, and he was booked into the county jail on $5,000 bond and has pleaded not guilty. An investigation is underway after video showed a SEPTA bus driver pushing a vehicle sideways down the road in Philadelphia. It happened on Friday around 4 o'clock near Roosevelt Boulevard and Sanger Street. The Route 82 bus driver reportedly said the gas pedal was accidentally pressed, but a cause has not been officially determined yet, according to the transit agency.
That's what I get to do.
Video that's now under investigation by SEPTA shows that nearby drivers watching on as tires can be heard screeching down the boulevard. 5 passengers on the bus and 2 passengers in the vehicle sustained non-life-threatening injuries, according to officials. Another Pennsylvania story, this one in Dauphin County. The commissioner, George Hartwick, is no longer in charge of oversight for any county department. The chief clerk said the removal of authority was ordered by board chairman Justin Douglas. Now, it comes a day after Hartwick crashed his county-assigned vehicle in the parking garage of the county administration building. The crash happened Wednesday morning around the time the Board of Commissioners meeting. So Hartwick showed up late to that meeting. He appeared to have trouble speaking when asked to comment on a public appearance that organizers said he missed. Commissioner Tom Conley said he had encountered Hartwick in the administration building. Conley said that Hartwick was having trouble putting on a belt, and he seemed off.
How do these goddamn things work?
Conley said he looked like he was getting dressed, which initially could have been he was running late for a meeting. But then, as other people got on the elevator, it became apparent that he was impaired. He was struggling with minimal conversation and just his actions and movements. County officials said they attempted to do drug and alcohol testing.
What number is 4?
Which is standard policy after a crash involving a county-owned vehicle. It's unclear whether those tests were completed. The Attorney General's office is investigating the crash. All right, we got time for another one. D.C. police say multiple people were stabbed and a suspect is in custody after an incident in northeastern D.C. on Thursday afternoon. Police Chief Pamela Smith said that a man was walking with a woman when the man began stabbing himself and then his female acquaintance. He then stabbed others that were standing in the block and 2 Good Samaritans who tried to intervene.
It's stabbing time.
Smith said, even though we're grateful for the intervention, we would ask that individuals who see incidents such as this not to intervene because these 2 individuals, although Good Samaritans, were also stabbed as part of the assault. I want to offer my thoughts to the victims, their families, and those who witnessed the events. The incident highlights the need for assistance of substance abuse issues in our communities. Smith said the man was in an altered mental state from an unknown substance when he stabbed himself, and 4 women and 2 men. 3 of the 2 women that were stabbed were a grandmother and her 2 granddaughters. They were getting in a car, minding their own business. The man was found a short time later suffering from stab wounds. A knife was found a few feet away from him, taken into custody, and he was in surgery for his injuries.
Did he have to identify himself in a police lineup?
The 4 women and 2 men injured in
Yeah,
the
that's
stabbing
me.
were transported to local hospitals in stable condition, but dude just snapped. Very
insane.
bizarre.
Yeah.
All right, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. And we can now do this because it is 10 a.m.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
Stop thinking of clams.
It's time for a Preston and Steve 20 Money Keyword.
Yes, and that keyword is GAME, G-A-M-E. And you have until 25 minutes after the hour to enter that on the MMR app or at WMMR.com. You can also text it to the special contest short code number 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And also, each MMR winner gets a pair of MMRBQ tickets on top of that. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com. And Preston and Steve 20 Money is sponsored by United Tire and Service. So we have 5 chances each day to win. This is chance number 2, so keep listening today. But again, the word is GAME, G-A-M-E. Make sure you send that over now. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Blind spot.
Yep.
And cars tend to ride on that side, and sometimes I cannot see vehicles on that side in my mirrors, and I have so many mirrors.
Right. And I've read signs on trucks that say, if you can't see my mirrors, I can't see you.
Can't see you.
Absolutely.
So
exactly.
That's what I always try to keep in mind. If I'm near a truck and I can't see the mirror, I try to get in a position where if I'm going to stay in that zone, that they can at least I can see a mirror so they can see me.
Hey, Seuss, have you ever provided cover for someone trying to elude Smokey, and they will drive under the truck and just hide out there, like in Smokey and the Bandit? You ever do that?
He's like,
I guess not.
No.
So that the movies must have lied to us.
Wait, and Jesus, last question. A truck driver once told me, like, if we're going to pass the truck, like, do it. Just go past.
Yeah.
Don't linger
Yes.
anywhere there.
Yeah.
Just pass them.
Just pass.
Yeah.
I even have cars like they linger right on my trailer. Don't do that. Goodness. Like I be having my signal on, I be wanting to switch lanes,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden they want to speed up and stay in the middle of my trailer.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, just clear. Get out of the way. Move.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Agreed. So let's say the truck is doing 60 miles an hour. You don't want to go any faster than 60 miles an hour. You're with that truck right next to it. Live a little. Go crazy. Bump it up to 65 for about 30 seconds. Pull over into their lane and then temper back to 60, and you guys will be going the same speed, and that left lane is now clear.
Yeah.
Go crazy.
By the way, that's the law in Jersey. You're only supposed to use that left lane for passing, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's most places are that way for sure. All right, let me read a couple of others. I know we have a ton of calls on the line. Here's one that says, lifeguard, I am not a babysitter. It is your job as a parent to watch your kid when swimming, and if they can't swim, you have to be in the water within 5 feet of them at all times.
If there's an emergency, the lifeguards will help.
Another one, librarian. Public libraries are not safe places to drop off your kids. It's not the books that are unsafe. It's the other patrons and the fact that librarians are not babysitters. Here you go. Here's another thing that people in their industry understand, but the general public doesn't grasp. A zoo worker says, yes, the animal is in the exhibit. Sometimes you have to look a little bit longer than 8 seconds in order to see it.
Well, a lot of them also have.
I've stood there and gone, where is it?
There's nothing in there.
And then you'll see like the cheetah behind a tree. You'll see a tail popping out. It's like, oh no, I came on the wrong day.
Here's from a designer. It says, if you want to fit a portrait image into a landscape canvas, you either have to crop it, leave a black or white border, or empty space left or right, or distort it, which is almost always a bad idea. On a regular occurrence, clients are unhappy with either of these options, and they just want me to somehow make it fit. I don't know about all that.
What would you say is the biggest misconception about, say, during the day on radio that people listening think that
Here's
happens?
the deal. There's no secret way to win a contest, okay? Like, it's at the discretion of whoever is on the air, of what number caller they take, when they ask for you to call in, when they even start answering the calls after they tell you to call in. There's no special line that gets you here quicker. You don't need to wait 10 seconds before you start dialing. You don't need to dial right a little bit beforehand. It is completely arbitrary. There is no way.
No,
so
and
I've had people throughout my career ask me, how do I win a contest? It's like, dude, it is luck of the draw. That's all there is to it.
That's exactly true. And yet, bizarrely, there are certain areas that will get in easier, when we have a contest. It's just the luck of the draw.
Here's one from a dentist, and they simply say, flossing actually helps.
Yeah, it does.
You should know.
I've been flossing for a few years now, and ever since I started flossing, I've had. Well, I don't want to say, I don't want to jinx anything, but
Yeah, no, dude. I used to. I would have be brushing my teeth and spit it out, and blood would be in there. And I'm like, I talked. This is years and years and years ago. I asked my dentist. They're like, "You're not? Are you flossing?" No.
Oh.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Gingivitis. Floss, and that will stop happening. And it sure enough did.
And dentists and dental hygienists can tell when you don't. So
because
if
there's
you're-
plaque buildup
right?
in there.
But if you're trying to hide it, and there's just no point in lying to them, saying, "Yeah, I floss every day," and if you don't, they'll know.
I've been flossing, I think, since I had teeth.
Yeah, well, my toothbrush is also a water pick simultaneously. So as I'm brushing my teeth, it's a water pick.
Steve, I got that one for Jace. Awesome.
All right, let me go.
It's loud as hell, though.
I'm going to go to Alex.
It is
Hey,
loud.
Alex. Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry for bothering you at work.
Nah, we're happy. What's your line of work?
So I am a vet technician, and one thing that I really wish people would understand is that vet med is at an all-time low with staffing shortages. Since the pandemic started and we went curbside, everyone wants to get their pets in. Everyone adopted a lot of animals. We are trying to see them, but if Fluffy has a minor ear infection, if it takes 3 weeks for an appointment, that's the best we can do for you.
Okay.
So you guys are just overloaded and overworked.
Overloaded and overworked.
All right. What about when you're not overloaded and overworked? What is something that people need to know about your industry?
An ear infection is not an emergency.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
I have one. So I have a friend who worked for the Sixers and worked in the sports industry her whole life. And she said, no, I don't just work the games. I work all day, and then I work at night during the games as well.
Right. There you go. I like this one. It says, this is from an audio engineer. It says, not every problem with audio is feedback. Feedback is when the sound goes out of the speakers and back through the microphone and loops around and around. Ground hum is not feedback. Noise is not feedback. Echo off the wall is not feedback. And then this one I love. They said, and speak up, people. The microphone isn't magic. You need to be heard, which is true. You guys all know. If you're at an event and somebody's holding the microphone down at their waist,
bring it up,
or barely speaking into the mic, you still need to project on a microphone.
Why do people do that?
I don't know.
Well,
I think they're not used to hearing their own voice.
And also, people who haven't spoken on microphones a lot don't know the technique. That's understandable. Not everyone is hooked up to a PA all day.
Let me go to Tracy. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, guys. How are you this morning?
We're awesome. What do you do, Tracy?
I work for unemployment.
Unemployment.
Okay. Yep.
So a lot of people think that unemployment is like a fun net. Oh, if I work 2-3 years and I don't like my job, I can quit and get paid. And unfortunately, unemployment is legit an insurance like your car insurance.
Okay.
So if you quit your job because you say, oh, I just didn't like my boss, I can pretty much tell you you're going to be denied.
You're not. You're not. You have to be fired, or there has to be something like that. You just simply can't say, I'm going to take some time off.
And then I'll get the ones who have entered the workforce like 2 years ago, and they're like, but I paid all that money into unemployment. You paid $260 into unemployment in 2 years. If you want your $260, we'll give it to you. But, well, we weren't really. But that $10,000 you see that your claim may be, that's because we're charging your employer. So you have to have a actual reason that is under the law that states, okay, we can pay you out of this fund because you deserve it.
And that is usually, most often, termination, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you for the heads up, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right. Well, it's really interesting. We have a load of great calls, and we don't have time to go to them because we have to go. We got to go on Fox Good Day this morning, so we got to do that. But it's interesting that we all have these things that we do for a living, and especially if you're in a job where you have regular customers and so on, that maybe they don't quite get exactly that little thing that everybody should know but don't understand. But thanks for sharing. We appreciate it. We should create create a place where people can
to at least post,
mention
perhaps.
these things because there's a lot out there. So, but anyhow, thank you for your calls. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We are going to go live on Fox Good Day, and we are going to get to the Bizarre File when we return. So stay with us. We won't be gone long. What clip is this? What clam chowder clip is this movie from?
Of all the many.
What clam chowder? What movie is this clam chowder clip? Dude, I had the toughest night sleeping last night.
Why?
Didn't drink, hadn't been drinking or nothing, man. I just feel like that's a Gary Lauer impression. But anyhow.
Maybe you should have drank.
Did you have some bad clam chowder last night?
I may have. Here's the clip for you.
I'll have the clam chowder, the fried chicken with the baked potato with everything, and a chocolate chiffon pie.
Clean food, please. In that case, sir, may I advise against the lady eating the clam chowder? No clam chowder, thank you.
All right, let's go to Derek and see if he knows. Derek, do you know what movie that's from?
Great. The morning is Fight Club.
Fight Club is correct. Nice job, Derek. I want you to hang on the line. You are going to go to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks for the Philly Home and Garden Show, which is this weekend. And hang on the line. By the way, you can save on tickets at phillyhomeandgarden.com. Discount courtesy of Xfinity. Little known, or maybe it's known to everybody but me, but the waiter in that scene, that's Ed Kowalczyk of the band Live.
Hey. You can see with this still,
Yeah, that's very cool.
How cool is Helena Bonham Carter?
That's all I get this morning. Preston and Steve radio program, of which we have a dreary day ahead of us. Today's high, 45. Off and on rain, clouds all day, no matter what. And then tomorrow the sun returns, but with it, those lovely windy days. And the high 46 is going to feel kind of crappy tomorrow, even though we'll at least see some sun, which is kind of nice too. Wednesday, sunny, high 51. So it's kind of blah. Whatever. Keep in mind, we mentioned the keyword for the Preston and Steve 20 money. We're kicking this off today. You have until 25 minutes after the hour, so a little bit of time left to enter the word GAME, G-A-M-E. And you can do that through the MMR app at WMMR.com, or you can just text it to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. So if you're interested in winning $1,000, do that. It is brought to you by United Tire and Service. And if you miss this opportunity now, we will do it again 3 more times today. Next up with Pierre at, let me see, what time is he doing it? 3. And then, noon, 3, and 5. So those are your next opportunities. All right, we're going to give something else away. So here's what you need to do if you're interested in answering this question. Right now, text the word Zoom to 610-660-9333. We have a new Zoom link every day, so you have to text every day to get that link in order to have it ready to go. But if you text it now, before I even ask the question, then you can just click on the link if you do know the question, and we'll see if you can answer it. So here is today's question, and it is, and by the way, we are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets as MMR rocks Monster Energy AMA Supercross, Saturday, April 12th, and that is at the link. And the question that I ask is this: what movie was Marty Singer watching as he prepared for the case of the Baldani versus Lively? Of Baldani versus Lively. What movie? Yeah, Case, you're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, sorry.
We spent a lengthy amount of time comparing the case of Baldani versus Lively to a particular movie. What movie was that? Let's see if you know the answer. While you are reaching out to us, we'll do this.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by A.D. Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. A.D. Moyer Lumber, your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. And you can visit them on the web at admoyer.com. So what's going on today, Steve?
Well, Tanya Raymond of the series Goliath called police on what she said was an obsessed fan who was reportedly knocking on her door. Raymond says the obsessed fan went all out, dressing in a Domino's pizza uniform and holding 2 pizzas she had just ordered from Domino's. An impromptu ER reunion of sorts when actors Noah Wiley, Juliana Margulies, and Anthony Edwards gathered to celebrate George Clooney's Broadway debut. Many noted that even though 26 years have passed since ER, everyone looked as if they should immediately be taken to one. And finally, Jennifer Lopez seen filming a scene for her new rom-com Office Romance in Highlands, New Jersey. Lopez told some locals who had gathered to catch a glimpse of her that she will always beat Jenny from the block, and then had her security team mace them. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, nobody. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll ask the question one more time, and we will see if you happen to know the answer to this. What movie was Marty Singer watching as he prepared for the case of Baldani versus Lively? Real quick, I want to give a plug. Steve, you had mentioned a visit to the ER in the trash.
Right.
I went to the ER this weekend.
Oh, did you?
I did. Yes, I had to get. I went to get my head checked out.
Oh my God, you did?
Yeah, it was still hurting. I had a headache over the weekend from when I get hit with the guitar. So I told Dr. Mike it still feels sensitive on my head. And then I get a headache, and I just reach out because our buddy Steve McLean reached out to me, and he's like, dude, don't overlook this. You could have a brain bleed. And so that got stuck in my mind.
Steve cares.
So I know he does.
Yeah.
It came from a good place. And so I reached out to Mike, and he's like, look, just to be safe, go get a CAT scan, go to the ER. I'm like, okay, I'll do it. So I want to thank, and years ago, I went to a particular hospital and had a bad experience because somebody was very rude there. But that was a long time ago. I went back to the same hospital, Grandview Hospital, and I had a lovely experience. And I want to thank Victoria, who is my nurse, because she was really, really cool and a big fan.
Nice.
And so Grandview Hospital and the ER staff and the doctor there actually knew Dr. Mike. He worked with Dr. Mike, and I've forgotten the doctor's name. I forgot. But
Is this hospital near you?
Super nice guy. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
He was a super nice guy. He worked at Penn at one point. Yeah.
Do we have time for me to do one in the same vein?
Sure, man. And then we'll get an answer.
Yeah. So I went to the Phils game on Saturday, and we had a great time. We had really nice seats, and my dad has trouble getting up and down stairs lately, and so we had to go down the stairs, and towards the end of the game, we had to go back up the stairs because he needed to go to the men's room. And we got to the top of the steps, and he was super winded, and he went to lean on a food cart, and that food cart had wheels.
Oh, no.
I didn't realize it. I turned around because Alec Boehm hit into a double play, and Bryce Harper got out.
You got to watch that.
Yeah, seriously. And Steve, as I turn back around, I see my dad sprawling backwards.
Oh, no.
So, and he hit his head, Preston. That was the only reason I brought it up. As he was going down and hit the cart, but the cart was going away. But I want to give a shout out and sincere gratitude and thanks to Philly's security staff, because within 2 seconds of my dad hitting the floor, they had surrounded him. They helped him get up. They immediately addressed and wanted to see if he needed medical care. So I was so amazed and so impressed at how caring they were and how quick they were on the scene. My dad's okay, banged up his elbow a little bit. His head's all right. But yeah, I mean, to your point earlier and the thing that Steve McLean shared with you, if it's a head injury, take it seriously. You got to make sure that you're all right. So anyway, thank you for letting me say that, because those people were so nice, and I really appreciate it.
And thank you to those that are people that go and help each other and realize that we're humans, and when an injury happens, we're scared and confused, and being nice is really, really important.
We don't know what's going on. We just hit ourselves in the head with a guitar. We're dazed.
Come on. Yeah. No, but having friendly staff makes all the difference in the world. So thank you to those guys. Okay, we have somebody online who can answer our question. Hopefully, we're going to find out what movie Marty Singer was watching as he prepared for the case of Baldani versus Lively. We are going to go to Bill. Hey, Bill.
Hello. What's up, people?
Yo, buddy. All right, we're looking for an answer. We're doing well, man. All right, so what movie was Marty Singer watching as he prepared the case of Baldani versus Lively?
It was The Incredible Hulk.
That's right. You nailed it, Bill. Hang on, buddy. We're going to set you up. You got yourself 4-pack of tickets as MMR rocks Monster Energy AMA Supercross Saturday, April 12th at Lincoln Financial Field. Witness the world's elite dirt bike riders battle for the coveted title of Supercross champion. Tickets on sale now. You can visit supercrosslive.com for all of the details.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Yeah! Now, I don't want to get you too excited, but we're going to have a concert announcement at the end of this music news segment. But we'll start with Elton John. He sat down recently for an interview with Apple Music and opened up about why he decided to work with Brandi Carlile on their new collab album, Who Believes in Angels. And it's pretty funny. He shared that he really did not want to do another solo album. He said, I knew that I didn't want to make the same album again. I wanted the album to move forward because I'm always trying to look forward. And then he added, if I had just made another Elton John record, I would have killed myself.
Oh, my
God. He also said that he had heaped a ton of praise on Carly. He said, I needed her talent, her energy, her humor, and her brilliant lyrics. And when we got going, it was like whoosh, like an express train, he shared. So we actually have a little bit of her performing.
Well, this is them performing. They did a special on CBS, and it's basically Elton John and Brandi Carlile together doing Elton John songs and some of her songs as well.
This is Tiny Dancer. Here we go.
That's not much.
No, that's not much.
I know.
All right, here's one of Benny and the Jets. Elton is such a great piano player, man. You just hear him banging away on that thing. He beats the crap out of that piano.
I told you his concert is at the Beacon Theater in Manhattan. Almost 4 hours of just unbelievable. Him and just a percussionist. But like she and you pointed out many times before, Preston, artists will hit a certain point in their career where the higher notes are harder to achieve, and they might have someone who's going to jump in and grab those notes for them, and that's what they were doing.
Yeah, even Paul does that now.
Yeah.
He's got his band members that if there's something, it's a bit
What are you
there.
saying?
Dude, no.
You saying I can't do it? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, they just filled the sound out. Like,
Why don't you hit yourself with the guitar again, you jackass?
When I went and saw, it was old cello, so it was Paul, it was the Stones, it was the Who, but like they all fill the sound out, like backup singers,
Right.
and I'm down with that. I'm
Listen,
here all day for it.
the natural. It's very rare that you find people like Jeff Lynne can still kind of get there.
Mm-hmm.
Who are some of the people that can still sort of get there? Sting can, yeah.
I watched Elton John and Brandi Carlile on SNL over the weekend, and Steve, at the end of the first performance, which was Little Richard's Bible, there was a really long and impressive piano solo, and I kept thinking, is that Elton doing that? Because I was like, he's still freaking nailing it. There was a keyboard player in the back, but Elton was doing the solo, and it was really, really cool.
Nice.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I like her a lot.
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah, she is cool. All right, so two other quick things. 7-time Grammy Award winner, singer-songwriter Alanis Morissette will be heading to London's O2 Arena on the 27th of July as part of her world tour.
Isn't that ironic?
Isn't it?
Don't you think?
Alanis is set for a run of shows across the UK and Ireland this summer, including Blackwear and Cardiff, where she is set to become the first artist to play.
We're very honored to have you here today, Alanis Morissette.
Live Nation's brand new venue. Alanis's London headline show at the O2 will be the final date of the European leg of the 2025 World Tour.
I think I would like to see Alanis Morissette
and
concert.
she'll have Liz Phair as the opening guest, too. That could be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Couple 1-2 punch of some very powerful ladies. So, I'd like to see Alanis. I've never seen her live.
And I like some of her other stuff that doesn't get much attention. I think there's some good stuff in there. Mm-hmm. Stuff and such.
And then we have a concert announcement. This show will be taking place Saturday, September 20th. It will be at Hershey Park Stadium. Tickets for this show, will go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And hold on, folks, because coming to Hershey Park, September 20th, That's right, Slayer.
Wow. You got to take a breath.
I feel like you need a nap now.
I've been training for this all my life.
I would have gotten lightheaded.
I don't even know where that came from, but I just started doing
I love it. So we used to fade your mic up.
Yeah.
Don't be like. All right, so tickets go on sale Friday for the show, September 20th, 10 a.m. via Ticketmaster. And Pierre Robert, the biggest Slayer fan in our cluster.
Oh, my God, he loves them.
Is going to have tickets all week for you to win.
You know how you and I are always talking about Acme?
All the time.
He's always talking about Slayer.
He
That's
and
it.
Kathy. Yeah. Always talking about
Well, yeah. We both have the conversation.
If it's not Slipknot.
I try not to get in your way.
If it's not Slipknot,
When
you're
that's going
right.
on.
It's true.
All right, and that's the entertainment report for today. We will take another break. We'll come back in a second. No, it's not the entertainment report. It's music news. Anyway.
It was entertaining.
Well, it was it?
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that. We'll take a break and we'll come back. We'll wrap up the show. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, too. Stay there.
So good. And then you were talking about the Harry Potter reunion. She was phenomenal and funny and great.
She kept her teeth.
Yeah, she did. She kept her teeth in the role. Yeah.
By the way, speaking of clam chowder, I had some exceptional clam chowder this past weekend. I went to Florida to visit my mom and sister, and there's this restaurant called Leverock's there. And I get clam chowder only when I know it's going to be good clam chowder. It's fantastic.
Do I need to revisit clam chowder?
Oh,
I
yeah.
have not
love
been
it.
a fan
Well,
for years.
I don't know if you like the texture. Because you're not like
Are
a-
there real chunks of
There's
clam?
I mean,
Yeah.
in
Not
good
huge chunks.
Which to
in
me
really
is
little
sea
bit.
snot.
Yeah,
It's
but-
like chicken noodle soup, you know? There's just a
Yes.
little bit of chicken in it.
Yes.
If
You
it's
know?
done right.
Chicken
The
noodle
place-
soup with snot.
The place that we went to in
Snot soup, please?
Chicago. What was the name of that place?
The fancy beef place?
Yeah.
Gibson's.
Welcome to the fancy beef place.
Oh, yeah.
Steak was
Hey,
the word I was looking
guess
for.
what? We clean the silverware.
What was the name?
It was Gibson's.
Gibson's.
That
Yeah.
was the second blessed. Blessed?
Yeah.
Have a blessed meal.
Have a blessed New England clam chowder. Second best New England clam chowder I ever had. Best was ever at Abe and Louie's in Boston.
In Boston, yeah. And Kathy, clams aren't snot. That's
Steve said it. That's why I was saying it's
That's
like chicken
oysters.
Noodle, chicken
Oysters
noodle
are
soup
snot.
with
Yeah,
snot.
clams are a little bit
More
better.
like a full-blown loogie.
But clams are kind of snotty as well.
When they're cooked in clam chowder, they're a little more firm.
Yeah, the
I'll tell you
rubbery.
what, Dr. Mike has started to try to get me into the like oysters and stuff like that. And the Bottoms Up event, they had like top oyster places, and so I guess he recommended just kind of letting it slide down and not just letting it.
Yeah, you don't chew on it.
Right.
Yeah.
And it was okay.
I need to give you a little backing on why I hate these things. It's how disgusting my father eats. When we were kids, we would watch my dad dig his hand into the sand and pull out a clam, crack it open, and eat it while still standing
Are
in
you
the
kidding?
ocean. 1,000%. Oh, you ask anyone in my family
He
who
would
has
just
ever
eat
been.
clams off the beach.
Oh my God! Pull them up, crack it open. Like I mean, we would be horrified. He'd do it with mussels too.
What do you do with seagulls?
Somebody who's doing that.
Hand me that seagull.
Somebody who's doing that is not really enjoying it. I think they're just doing it for the shock value. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was a big crowd. It was us. It was
wouldn't
the
sit there and go,
family.
oh my God, I could sit here and all day
No,
and
he-
eat these.
Is
No,
there
he
is there a
would-
risk to doing? I mean, obviously,
There's
that's where they're
gotta be.
coming. That's where they're coming from anyway.
Yeah.
But is there any sort of right? I mean,
No,
Is there a risk?
Preston, I think he enjoyed it. He
Okay.
I mean, I would watch him. I remember, I
All
can
right.
like physically see it. He would take another shell, he would scrape it out, make sure he got what at the time for me looked like snot.
Yeah.
And he would scoop it into his mouth. And,
I could
and eat
I
it.
could see your dad doing that just like out of boredom. You know, like he's standing in the
Yeah.
ocean. He's like, oh, here's a clam. I
Yep.
can eat this.
Nick, if people would fall asleep on the beach, he would eat them.
Hey, Preston, by the way, which type of clam chowder did you have this weekend?
New England.
Okay.
I'm a strictly New England guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
What are the
Manhattan.
variations? What are the others?
Manhattan clam chowder, which is
Oh,
more
yes.
of like a tomato soup.
I think that's
base.
what I had. Yeah.
I like the creamy clam chowder.
You know what's not
Marissa?
bad? I'm sorry, is the Campbell's clam chowder.
Haven't had that.
It's pretty good.
Okay, Marissa.
I'm going to recommend to you guys the next time you're heading to the shore, go the back roads and shoot. I forget if it's on 55 maybe, but there's a place called Sweet Amalia's, and they actually have an oyster farm somewhere in like the Cape May area. It's the best Manhattan clam chowder I've ever had.
Okay.
Are they free? Are they free range oysters?
They are right off the coast of Cape May.
Okay.
All right, we'll have to try that. So anyhow, I'm going to double back a second here, and Kathy's dad reaching into the ocean and pulling out a clam and breaking it out and eating it in front of people might be mildly embarrassing if you're a kid. It's kind of what I wanted to focus on in this particular conversation. There is a news reporter and he was on location, about ready to do a shoot, and I guess I don't know if he's fairly new or whatever, but he and the camera person are setting up, and this was in Ohio. His name is Miles Harris, and he was prepping for a live segment, and all of a sudden he's chatting with his cameraman, and they're rolling. They're not live, but they are rolling.
Right.
And his mom drives up.
Oh, my God.
And I have a clip to play of this as his mom rolls up. Here we go.
Is it because this is my mom. Hold on. I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you.
All right.
Did you record that?
I love it. I love it.
That's very cute.
It's so cute.
Proud.
And so I thought maybe some conversation about when your parents would embarrass you, your mom or your dad. And God, there's the world is rife with stories like this. So not exactly like this, but my mom does this thing. I finally had to tell her, please stop.
What?
Yeah, so
As an adult?
I've told you guys about this before, but it's and especially when she would visit here, come here to visit me, and say we go out to a restaurant, and the server comes over to the table and is just doing their job and taking our order, and my mom will go, "Oh, do you listen to the radio?"
Oh, right.
Oh, my God.
My son is on the radio, and I'm like, "Oh no, please, Mom, don't." You know, and I wouldn't say it
I'm
then
not
and
her
there.
son.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it then and there, but I'm just like, oh, no.
Yeah.
don't
But it's
do this,
because
don't
she's
do
so
this.
proud.
Yes, it's because she's so proud. Like this mom stopping
Yes,
by.
totally.
My son is on the radio. Could we have a price consideration because of that?
It's just she wants to hear
Free clams?
that other people, listen to her son or whatever.
Except
It's
for the
adorable.
server.
The hard time, the thing that I can't quite get to them to understand, because my sister would do it too, but my mom specifically, is that, listen, yes, we have a very popular radio show. Not everyone listens to the show, Mom. And if this person has never heard of me, you have officially made it very awkward in this
So
moment
awkward.
for me to go, I do a radio show. Yes, we're on it. Oh, I've never heard of you guys before. Okay, that's
okay,
great.
cool.
I used to listen sometimes.
Sorry, I don't listen.
Yeah.
Or like when they have to pretend like they do listen.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I've heard of you.
And I always say,
those guys.
and then it's okay. It's absolutely fine. I know, but the damage has been done at that point.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it just it happened over and over
Yeah.
and over and over again.
And you finally said something.
I did. I'm like, you guys, you can't do this to me. You can't do this to me because it can be very embarrassing.
A good way to nip it in the bud is when the waiter comes over, you jump out first and say, I'm going to put my mother in a very bad retirement home.
There's a TikTok mom who drops her son off to school every day. He's a teenager. He is in high school, and she brings a megaphone. And every time he gets out of the car, she yells, "I love you."
Why would she do that?
Because she's a TikTok mom. She wants to put it on TikTok. But like now, it's become this thing. So and the kid just looks at her. He's like, "Mom, not today, Mom." And then you see him. He like gets out of the car and runs. But like you can see the other kids at the school. They know that like Mom's going to do this. But just a simple like "I love you" or a hug and a kiss at a certain age can be embarrassing.
It's like into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah.
It's a great scene.
And he's in the squad car and on the intercom going, "I love you. Say it back to me now. Say I love you."
And you know what? He wouldn't have done that if his son just would have shown him a little bit of affection in the car, in the privacy, of just between those two. And so he had to teach him a lesson.
There's a great Modern Family segment where the mom is with the daughter, and she's breaking away to get with her friend. She just wants to dump the mother as quickly as she can. And
Sunshine into my world.
Will it to happen?
And it did feel good. It can help. Music can heal. And sometimes even when even if you're having a great day, you look outside and it's just like, So a little bit of music can help bring that around, especially
Did you use
Bob
any
Marley.
pot marijuana?
On MMR. No, I didn't do marijuana.
Okay, you didn't do
any.
You didn't do any
Didn't
marijuana
do any
pot?
pot.
Okay.
God, that was funny this morning. Nick was talking. We were talking about kids and parties. It's like, I don't know if they're going to do pot or
Do weed.
Do weed.
Yeah. I am proud of myself for catching it as soon as I said it.
You did immediately. Immediately you grabbed it. So that was fun. I would like to thank our one guest that we had on this morning, and it was a fantastic interview. Rick Springfield.
Yeah.
Spent a good half hour talking to Rick. He's got a new song called Lose Myself, and we've been playing it. It's a fun, feel-good song. He was really, really nice. Lot to talk about.
And he's saying,
Yeah, I thought it was woo. Yeah. So I told him, I'm like, it's a newer song. I haven't lived with it. I don't know what it's about yet. And I will listen to songs sometimes right away and get it. And other times I'll listen for years or decades.
Yeah.
And have no idea what it's about.
I'm going to ask you a question about his dog and the album cover, because for some reason in my mind, my recollection, the album cover had the dog, but there was also an old-timey record player. Am I mixing two different album covers
I think
together?
you are. I think you're thinking of High Infidelity from REO Speedwagon, Casey, which had a similar lighting as this album. Can you pull up High Infidelity and see if we just looked at the picture of the Rick Springfield album cover, which is a pretty iconic album cover.
It is, yeah.
And as Steve found out, he just used to like to dress his dog in humans' clothing. And he took his dog and he put a shirt and tie on him. Is this it? See the guy putting the record on there,
Yeah,
Case?
no. I'm thinking like it's an old-timey record player with that like giant cornucopia horn thing that they have
Yeah,
on
like
top.
a gramophone or whatever.
Yeah.
Now that I don't know.
All right, never mind.
It's
I'll
a
figure it
gum
out.
phone.
A gum phone? All right, Pierre's here.
Hey, good day.
You got that going for us.
It's not much.
Nice to see you.
I wouldn't count on that for much, but here I am.
Nice. Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah. It is miserable outside.
This is a...
Yeah, it's just plain miserable. It's not cold enough to be icy or snowy or uncomfortable, but there's something just nasty about it.
We need you to get on the air and do a collective CPR move on the city. Just pump some blood into that heart and get us going today with some music and conversation.
How about some Slayer?
Yeah! There
Their whole face turned red. While
I have to.
That'll do it.
I commit as an artist.
No, their brand new tribute album to Cat Stevens is incredible.
Oh, it's amazing.
And the way they cover Peace Train is, it's so moving with the violins and the acoustic guitars. Rabbi, the late great Rabbi, our music director, as you may recall or you may not, came to me one day and said, "I have a bet for you." I said, "Tell me, what is that?" He goes, "If you'll come to a metal show with me, I will come to a Dead show with you." And I said, "You're on." And the first up just happened to be, I said, "Pick the metal show." And he picked Slayer at the Tower Theater.
He wanted to ease you into it.
Yeah, right. I've been to metal shows.
I know.
But that is like a whole other stratosphere. And so I got myself all metaled out. I took my tape recorder. I went there. Jackie and I were there, and Sarah and Rabbi, and I went down into the effing mosh pit, which I've moshed at many shows before, but nothing like a Slayer mosh pit. Oh, my God. And within 2 or 3 laps in the circle, I was tossed over face down and about to be trampled when this giant man pulled me up, and he truly looked like Hagrid from the Harry Potter films, lifted me up and goes, "Pierre?" And I go, "Yes." He goes, "You're with me now.
You're a wizard, Pierre."
We did 4 or 5 more circles. Then they sent me up crowd surfing. And Sarah from the way back of the theater goes, "Is that Pierre?" Yes, it was.
Wow.
And Kathy was in the pit with me.
Yeah, I was there for the whole thing. You should have seen it.
She loved it.
Did you enjoy it? Did you have a good time?
No, it was great fun.
Yeah.
And then Sarah and Rabbi came with me, 6 or 7 months later to a Dead and Company show down at the Big Joint. And we got Rabbi into my tie-dyed lab coat, and some listener made him a tie-dyed yarmulke. And I was teaching, there's some video out there somewhere of me teaching him how to twirl in the
that's
green room.
great.
So it was just great fun. And music is universal.
Yeah.
So I got the Slayer tickets.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Hey, I want to double back. Casey, is this what you were thinking about? The old RCA Records
That might be it.
logo?
That
it was
might be it.
Nipper, the dog, looking into the gramophone, which, by the way, you can see in Camden. That's where the old RCA records used to be, and they have a little stained glass rendition of Nipper the dog.
And then also his first album that Jesse's Girl appeared on was an RCA
that could be it.
Label.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Glad we could clear that up. All right, letter of the day, my man.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
V is in virtual.
All right, and we, by the way, are giving away a pair of 2-day tickets. And mind you, I just found this out. These are GA floor tickets. Essentially, these are pit tickets.
Excellent.
As MMR rocks Metallica, May 23rd and 25th at the Link. And Limp Bizkit and Ice 9 Kills are opening night number 1. And Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies are opening the second show. Single-day tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and it is a no-repeat weekend with 2 different sets performing in the round with different openers each night. So we give that away on Friday, so pay close attention to Pierre's letters this week. What's happening on your show today?
Well, in addition to Slayer tickets, we will have Shinedown and a Workforce Block, U2, and Billy Idol.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And by Rent-A-Center. Don't miss the biggest discount going on now through April 12th. Tomorrow on our program, we have Coach Fran Dunphy joining us.
Awesome.
He is retiring from coaching altogether. So we've had him on a number of times, especially Camp Out for Hunger. Super nice guy. We'll talk to him. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so we'll give away some free tattoos, and we'll see what else we can get into. So that's it. We're done. Ray John, you have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Mm-hmm.